Nation! Wrong screen. Hi! I lost track of time tonight. Hello, every Hammie. I hope you guys are doing great today. Let me bounce up that Mr. Bart cam, shall I? There he is, there he is. Hello, Hammie. Hello, Hammie. Hello, Hammie. Hello, Super Manager. Let's see. Oh, give me a quick second. I am having a bit of an issue with some of my OBS stuff, apparently. You'll need to excuse me for a second. I didn't realize it until I went live. There we go, I fixed it. We love Scuff, and you guys can't even see that Scuff today. Anyway, hello Johnny, hello Super Manager, hello Illyrian, hello. I think that's every Hammie. Hi, welcome to tonight's grand, hopefully grand finale for 100 line. I hope you guys have had a wonderful day so far and a wonderful weekend. It's Saturday and I keep thinking it's Sunday for some reason, but I'm kind of glad that it's not Sunday, and I'm sure you are too. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't really have a whole lot to yap about today. I added some new stuff to the channel, so hopefully you guys will enjoy it. I finally installed the Yippee meter that you guys wanted the other day. I was laughing a lot as I was putting it together. Basically, how you use the Yippee meter is that if somebody posts like Hampter, yeah. Oh no, hold on. Give me a second here. Another Scuff. Oh my god. Give me a quick second. Logged me out of everything. Oh my god. Didn't even tell me. And I was playing an OBS earlier. Okay, I'm gonna lose tracking for just a second. Hi Malice, welcome. A ham with not much to yap about, sus. Well, that's because I yapped all about it yesterday. Hi, Irregular. Welcome. There we go. There's this. Okay, but back to what I was saying before OBS started hating me very, very hard. Thank you for the head bats. I installed the Yippee meter today, and I'm pretty excited about it. I'm really, really excited about it, actually. Basically, so if, say you... Oh, hi, Blackberry! Thank you for the head pats, too. If you, like, repeat a message that somebody else says, and enough people do it... Oh, more head pats. It'll fill this little meter up, and then, it's really cute. I threw together some shit for when it fills up, but it does go, I just now realized it gradually goes down as more time passes. But hopefully we will achieve a Yippee today. I have it set up on every screen, so... Can I do it again? No, you can only do it, it's once per person. It's once per person, I guess. I need to make it worth more, I should do that. I'm gonna see if I can. There we go. Maybe that'll help. Anyway, yeah. Let's see. What else did I do? I added more fan art to the slideshow today. There were a lot that I had not added yet, and I kind of slacked off, and I'm so sorry about that. What else did I do? I planned my schedules for the next, like, 3 weeks. I'm really excited about that. Mr. Bark's gonna get really comfy cozy now, as you can see. He's been really good today. Well, actually, no, that's not true. He was a little bit of a menace. I think he's a little sore from getting his shots yesterday, so he's been a little slow moving and a little bit crabby. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Mr. Bark. But we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Oh man, I feel like there might have been more to talk about, but I'm drawing a brain fart. I think I'm getting a little sleepy. I managed to do a lot of stuff today, so I'm pretty excited about that. I was gonna tell you guys, I ate 2 burgers, then I took a 2-hour nap. God, I wish that were me. A nap sounds really, really good. I had a little bit of a hard time falling asleep last night, and then I didn't get a lot of sleep before I woke up, because I didn't want to sleep the whole day away. But man, I should have probably fit in some time to take a nap. I think it would have really hit today. What else did I do today? I did so much laundry. Are you proud of me? So much laundry. What's itchy, huh? What's itchy, Mr. Bark? I did laundry. I did some cleaning. You know, when you get back from a trip and you're kind of like, oh, now it's time to catch up with all of the stuff I have missed. Wow, congrats on the 45 stream streak, Blackberry. Fuck laundry. All my homies hate laundry. I've been trying all day to upload yesterday's VOD and it's kind of giving me a hard time, so I'll try and get that done tonight. Was it a month backlog of laundry? Not necessarily. Well, actually, how long? Not quite, but there was some stuff that I left in my laundry hamper just because it wasn't pressing while I was doing all my traveling and stuff, because it was like, I washed the important stuff, like my favorite shirts and my favorite jeans, to make sure I had them as I was like moving around and going, and didn't have the time to really like wash everything. How hard was it not to say laundry Hampter? You know? I'm kind of surprised I didn't do it on accident, because that sounds like something I would just do on accident and just not think about it. Had a friend who admitted to buying new clothes instead of doing laundry. That's crazy. Clothes are expensive, and they're getting more expensive. I kind of like, laundry is one of those chores that I actually don't mind doing. I really like the process of like organizing everything into colors and like fabric types and stuff, and then just like using garment bags for the things that have zippers, and just taking really good care while I wash everything. And then I get a little overwhelmed if it builds up, I guess, but I don't know. I like doing laundry. I don't mind doing it at all. And then it feels nice to have, like, it's nice to replenish my closet when I'm done, you know? A lot of my shirts and stuff, I always get shirts from concerts, so that's kind of like what most of my wardrobe is at the end of the day. So I would never, like, think to replace those things. Hi! Jarej, welcome! Is it a Game Boy? Yeah, it's my fan art slideshow. My fan art and gifts. With my Tamagotchi here. Pretty sick, huh? It's actually, when I put it together, I wanted to use the same exact Game Boy Advance I played when I was younger, and I still have it. When is Fallout Ham shirt going on sale? Good question. That would be something I'll have to work out with C-Kissy, but maybe that's not unlikely. I think that's something we could probably accomplish. But I have a lot of work to do before I end up doing another merch drop. Because I want to make sure it goes a little more smoothly this time around. I still have plenty of Puyo ham charms left that need to go to homes. Now that I've made sure to give my mod some and stuff, so. But yeah, no, I will add it to the potential list of things I should inquire about. I also, yeah. Yeah, I need to get more Mr. Bark stickers. But that's more for me than it is for you. Because I still have plenty when I do put stuff on sale again. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I hope you're having a great day today. I hope you're excited for some 100 line. I'm pretty excited too. I'm hoping, I don't know what to expect tonight because we still have 3 or 4 days left in the game. So I'm probably gonna dive into it pretty quickly tonight because I'm so determined to try and finish this first playthrough tonight. Especially since I think they announced a sequel, right? They announced a sequel or something and I'm so not ready. Once I finish this playthrough, I'm gonna start playing it on my own in the background and trying to like kind of figure out more and stuff. Because I can, it isn't a sequel. It's they announced something and I honestly have 100 line muted on every single platform I can possibly have it muted on. So I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I already got spoiled for some things, so I'll probably beat it before the sequel comes out. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I believe in us. I believe in us. But yeah, no, I don't know nothing about it, and frankly, I don't really want to know until I finish my first playthrough at the very least. Cause yeah, I've been really adamant about making sure I didn't get spoiled more than I had. Got spoiled looking at fan art. That's what happened to me too. I'm right there with you, Malice. I won't say what I got spoiled on though, but yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but I mean, it's been out for like half a year, I guess. I don't know. I'm always the kind of person where if something comes out and there's something big in the thing that I enjoy, I typically try to tag it at least for up to a year because you never know. This is a long-ass game. It's a long-ass game. 100 endings and shit. I think it's kind to tag your spoilers. And I typically like, I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna play it tonight. Hopefully we'll finish this playthrough. I plan on going for a while and probably jumping into it here pretty quickly. But yeah, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun. I know, let's see. I should probably go ahead and start updating my stuff so we can transition over. I wanted to do something with my model really quick. Nothing different, but just the usual, the cool lighting. Anyway, I will go ahead and sound the alarm now. If you're wanting to avoid 100 line spoilers, now is your chance to flee. So you don't get spoiled. Because we are definitely in a really heavy spoiler zone right now. We're on, oh, I can't remember what day we're on at this point, but we'll figure it out in a second. Anyway. One moment, please. Let's see. Anyway, okay. Cool lighting is a go. I think my layout should be good here. I'll probably move it around in a bit. But yeah. I did what you guys told me to and like, just kind of backed out of the game and we'll go with the autosave. Continue.
What?
Alright. Actually, maybe I will move the chat really quick. Give me a second here. Where is it? Wait, hold on. Sorry, give me like 2 seconds. I apologize. I needed to fix this too. Because it was all the way in the corner. Hell yeah. So we'll do this. We'll move this over here maybe, and then, yeah, if we need to, we'll move it again. But I'm hoping that'll do the trick. Alright. We're doing it. Wait, I forgot to tweet. Shit. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so behind tonight. I'm so behind tonight. Did you guys see Crush 40 is going to be touring? That's the Sonic the Hedgehog group that did like Live and Learn and shit. I'm so excited. I hope they come somewhere close to me. Because if they don't, I might cry. I might cry. They should collab with Orange Crush. Thank you for your 7-stream streak. Alrighty, alrighty. Okay, we're gonna get started now. I did it. Eito, what are you doing? Oh, wait. Are we gonna have to go through all this dialogue again? Shit. Okay, well, that's fine. It's a refresher. It's a refresher. Huh? What am I doing? Can't you see? I took his power. The same cryptoglobin that the Supreme Commander was so desperate to have. You actually killed him? The baby inside that capsule is mummified now. I don't know what that baby was doing in there, but it's not my problem. I don't care at all. No, I know. I'm so sad. I thought he was cute, and now he's stinky. He's stinky. I shouted all around me.
Can you hear me? If you're still there, say something.
But my voice just echoed emptily. The strange voice from before never answered. Oh, he's gone for good. Trust me.
You can do that, can't you?
Well, if that's your type, it's not my type. He was so demure. He was so demure. So moe. And now he's just... Whatever's going on here. Whatever's wrong with him. You can do that, can't you? We are friends after all. You... What the hell were you thinking? Do you even know what you just did? Oh! Okay, I get it. It's his special eyes. He looks like he could also use a 2-hour nap. Maybe he'll feel better. Maybe he'll be less angry if he gets a 2-hour nap. Of course, I'm fully aware. That's why I did it, obviously. Wow! Don't tell me Eito's giving into the darkness. Does this mean the true identity of the traitor is... Traitor? I knew that you and Ema were searching for the traitor, Kako. Alas, it seems you didn't find your way to me, but that was quite a boon for me. I should thank you. What? What is the meaning of this? It's him! He did it all! Hiroko and the prisoner. He killed them. What? Sir Eito? That's right. It was all me.
I killed Hiroko. I killed the prisoner. I destroyed Sire.
I don't know about that. I had a cookie before stream and now my tummy hurts.
I did it all.
I'm not pro cookies right now.
You hideous monsters, the punishment you deserved.
Monsters? No! It's not true, is it, Eito? You need to put more trust in your friends. Everything I'm telling you is the truth. Then how did you manage to kill Sire? You want to know? Fine. Anything for a friend. First, I called Sire over to the gym. I told him there was something I wanted to discuss alone after sleeping hours. Then I acted like I was ready to fight, and once I'd talked to him for a while and got him to let his guard down, I told him I wanted him to teach me how to use Himo Anima, and I transformed.
Then I stabbed
Get a load of this guy.
with this very blade. It wasn't hard to destroy him once his guard was down. The first blow was fatal, and then it was over.
Well, wait a minute. We weren't supposed to be able to touch him. He said he had bombs implanted in our bodies.
Oh, that was just a bluff. A bluff? Or so I'd been hoping.
I feel like we
anyway.
could technically skip all this, but it
the
is a good
explosives are
refresher.
It's a good thing I killed him instantly in one shot. I don't remember what happened after that.
He does look he looks really cunty in this CG though. I'm not gonna lie, he does look really cunty. Presumably because I was killed by my bomb exploding. Then how are you still alive? Is your body secretly made of rubber? Or sand? Or boogers? Reinvigorating my hate for this guy. Don't tell me. The Revive-O-Matic? Yes, the Revive-O-Matic brought me back. It's fully automated and works outside of battle too. Sirai had prepared for being attacked by someone, but it seems he didn't anticipate an attack that was a sudden, lethal blow. After that, I had to destroy the evidence. I put the dismembered Sirai into trash bags.
Then I went out and disposed of his remains in the ruins outside the school. It was a little unexpected when Takumi found them later on, though.
Why would you do that? What was the point in destroying Sirai? I'll tell you my motives later. Isn't there something else you should be asking instead? Do you remember Professor Tomoe from Sailor Moon S? Let me look that up really quick because it's been a long time since I watched Sailor Moon S. And I didn't finish Sailor Moon Crystal, so I don't know if... Let me look. I'm looking. Oh, they look alike! I'm reading him on the screen. I remember now. They kind of look alike. Is this a character trope? This might be a character trope. I'm reading him on the screen. Irregular, did you get that from the did you get that early on? Did you get that vibe? I'm really curious now. I'm gonna put him on the screen really quick. Man, I think I just was really hopeful that he would stay cute. I was really hopeful he would stay cute, but no, now he's just stinky. Stinky. Alright. Come on, you're not going to ask about Hiroko. I know we all hated her, but you could at least spare a thought for her. You killed Hiroko too? You went and laid hands on a woman? Oh. I did, of course. I could never win in an honest fight, so... Thank you, Johnny!
Her room while she was sleeping.
Okie dokie, let me get that really quick. Also, guys, if you don't mind, it's a little hard for me to tab out of this game, so if you want a Puyo, I recommend putting one in now, or you might have to wait a little bit. One super manager coming right up. I'll put her on top of my head. I think that's a good place. Yeah. I saw her in a swimsuit one time and decided no one else would be able to. What an asshole. That was my wife.
You know how Hiroko was.
One orange Puyo coming right up. Puyo. This week I gotta work on some more of those Puyos. I don't think I'm gonna have a stream this week, but I think I am gonna work on some outside of stream. Love that expression. What? Ato's? Or Hiroko's sleeping face? He really just... I just want to grab him and shake him in each of these CGs. Ato's? Yeah, it's kind of funny. It is kind of funny.
She made it easy for me to kill her. She was so shocked when she died. She made the ugliest face.
You're so rude. You're so screwed up, man. I wish I could have seen how she looked too. If Ato absorbed Hideko that early, it means he always been the strongest in the unit. I should have been, you know, I did use Ato quite a bit. I thought he was pretty powerful, and I really liked the range of his attacks. Maybe that's why. Shit. That evening, Hideko had promised to reveal everything to us the next day. But it's a relief that I'll finally get it off my chest. I'm gonna sleep well tonight. Ato took advantage of the opening her relaxed mood gave him. After I killed her and drained her cryptoglobin, I snuck out and disposed of the mummy in the ruins further out. But then, of course, you had to go and find her body too. You're quite the perplexing person, Takumi. Oh, what about the prisoner? She was already a blackened mummy by the time we found her. Everyone was utterly focused on finding her and Ima back then.
But I went alone to search in an area away from everyone.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little suspicious of this too. This made me, I was just kind of like, oh, that's kind of weird. There's no Ato here. Where's he off to? And he's completely off camera. That did raise a small red flag, but I was really hopeful. I
figured if I could find them first,
fuck this guy.
I'd be able to absorb their cryptoglobin in secret. Luckily for me, that's exactly what happened. After that, I pretended as if I just found the prisoner's body. Hey, everybody! Here, come over here!
It's Ato. Did he find something? See, now you believe I did it, right? Who even are you? I miss Nozomi, guys. Me, I'm Ato Aotsuki, of course. This is the real me. This is who I've always been. Oh, Mr. Bark. You mean you've been deceiving us all along? Lying to us? You were always thinking of you. Is Mr. Bark howling? You were always thinking of your friends and worrying about everyone. All that was a lie? Poor Kurata. Get behind me, Kurata. I'll protect you. Come on, Ato. Answer me. That's right. It was a lie. Sorry about that. That's all you have to say? Why did you betray us? What benefit is there to taking the side of the invaders? I don't intend to take the side of the invaders. I don't really get what they're all about. Then why? Because, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I want to wipe out humanity in all its hideousness. Huh? I've always loathed humans.
I hate them so much! I can't stand it! Ugly, reeking, nasty, repulsive human beings!
I want to see this guy playing Overwatch. What are you talking about? It's been that way since the day I was born. In my eyes, all of humanity looks like unsightly, freakish, eerie monsters. The sound their voices produce is utterly disturbing, and when they come close, their stench makes me want to avert my face. Ato plays League and gets banned in 2 minutes. If the word hate was engraved on each I don't know that word, of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1000th of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instant. For you, hate, Ato, probably. Please eat your morning vanilla wafer. Please eat your morning salmon nigiri, Ato. Now that I know what's going on a little bit, maybe not until the credits roll, as everybody's told me, I will go back to I will go back so I can keep viewing what Ato eats in the morning from that one person on Twitter, because it's really, really wholesome. Every morning they post the same tweet and it's them trying to feed Ato something different. It's very good. He just needed to find an alien flesh monster that he'd perceive as a cute girl, and none of this would have happened. It's true, it's true. What's the guy's name from Sayano Uta? Is it Fuminori? I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up. Holy shit, I haven't touched this in a while. Like, okay, I haven't read, it's been a long time since I read Sayano Uta. Amric, please eat your morning yogurt and granola. Me! That's me. I need to start that. I'm gonna start a blog. But yeah, no, I haven't actually gone in and like read Sayano Uta for a long time, because you read it once. And you're kind of like, you know, that was kind of cool. I think I've had enough of that, actually. But I really do love Sayano Uta. It's really good. But the first time was just enough. Also, that soundtrack fucks. Who here has played 100 Line? I know there's a few people who have, but I don't know if they're in chat tonight, other than maybe Jared and I don't think Xeno's here tonight, so read it once and you don't have to again because it's stuck in your head forever. Yeah, how could I forget? Okay. The sound their voices produce is utterly disturbing, and when they come close, their stench makes me want to avert my face. Oops, hold on. I tabbed out.
I recall the doctor
He's
said I have
so
an
cute.
cognitive disorder. These strange symptoms apparently only
He's
occur in
little and
humans.
evil.
The only person who looks normal is my own reflection in the mirror.
Oh my god. What if he also looked gross? I think it would be kind of badass if he looked
All other
gross.
humans are no more than hideous, repulsive beings.
Would he find humanity beautiful if he thought he looked just like them?
When I was a child, I thought I was insane. I kept hoping my symptoms would
I do
someday
kind of
improve.
feel bad for him though. That kind of sucks, actually.
I did everything I could to avoid human contact and hid myself away in the library. I read all manner of books
I like
there,
this expression.
especially ones about humanity's journey through history. As I studied these histories, left behind, unread and covered in dust,
No, being cute to other people helps hide better. True.
I discovered the truth.
That's why you guys like me, right?
I found out just how ugly and sinful humans really are.
Sorry, buddy.
Humans are always fighting, belittling, cursing, hating, stealing, defrauding, mocking, deceiving, envying, abusing, arguing, and killing each other.
He sure has the vocabulary of somebody who reads a lot of books.
Wretched, horrible monsters who trample on the dignity of other creatures' lives without any compunctions or guilt.
You know, it's kind of crazy how it's always been like humanity versus the invaders, and now we just have this asshole who is like physically inserting himself like super hard into the issue. His voice is really cute. It's kind of hard to be mad at him, but I am still kind of mad at him. Oh, what is this? Have you lost your mind, Sureto? That includes world death, you know. That was a disaster caused by mankind. Humans continually engaged in their brazen destruction of Mother Earth, the very one who birthed them. The extreme weather was a warning from the planet, and still, humanity made no attempt to stop. In the end, Earth chose death. One more horrible tragedy caused by human ugliness. What's the point of all this rambling? Once I found out how repulsive humanity really is, I had a realization. I wasn't insane. I was the only person left on this planet with any decency at all. My eyes are righteous eyes that can see the ugliness of humanity for what it really is. My ears and nose, they're righteous too. There's nothing wrong with me. Human beings are the ones who are insane. All of you are hideous monstrosities. You must perish as soon as possible. You think you're not insane? That's the craziest kind of crazy. No, you just don't notice what's wrong with humanity because your eyes aren't righteous. Nobody else can see it, so I have to fix it myself. Just me, the only decent person on this planet. What is it that you think you have to do? Annihilate humanity, of course. I was chosen to do just that. Chosen as the savior who would destroy all of this vile species. That's why I have these eyes. Are you serious, dude? Of course I'm serious. Even back in the complex, I knew this was my destiny. I tried desperately to think of how I could make it happen. I studied hard and planned on climbing the political ladder. But then I was brought here. At first I felt like I shouldn't be here, but then it all clicked into place. After all, what's transpiring here is a battle for the fate of humanity. It's exactly the kind of golden opportunity I've been waiting for. It convinced me more than ever that I was the chosen savior. If humanity's fate will be decided here, I could take matters into my own hands and throw the whole operation into chaos. I'd gotten my chance. A righteous destiny will come to the righteous. I was right in what I was trying to accomplish. What about your family and everyone you love? You're gonna kill all of them, too? What? There's nobody that I love. As for my family, I killed them when I was a kid. I couldn't bear to be around such hideous creatures. You killed them? Your own family? This guy's freaking crazy. Who knew this was the kind of guy Ato really was? I totally misjudged you. You're not cute at all. I suffered to get this far, okay? Do you have any idea how much I've had to endure? You're all such eyesores, such ghastly and grotesque creatures. Speaking to you for any length of time makes my chest ache uncontrollably. Your appearance, your voice, your movement, your smell, all of it makes my skin crawl. He did choose this guy. What the hell is his problem? I've been suffering this whole time. That's why you got pains in your chest and had to leave sometimes? It's been nothing but agony for me up until this very day, living with a bunch of nasty mutants like you. All I wanted was for all of you to die. I've been wishing for that this whole time. Stop it! I'm going to lose my mind. But if I were to kill you all right away, whoever's in charge might just send in reinforcements. Then I wouldn't be able to wipe out humanity. So I just grit my teeth and suffered through it. As I held my tongue for almost 100 days, working my magic behind the scenes to make sure all your plans went to waste. You're saying you were deliberately misleading us the whole time? When I read series lines, I read them in a Hamela voice. I am so honored. I get to be the little... I don't want to call him a chud, but he's kind of a chud. Wait, hold on. Give me a sec here, okay? Give me a quick sec. There we go. Yes, indeed. All for this very moment. And now I've had enough. I want to eliminate you ugly creatures so bad.
I can't stand it anymore.
Okay, everyone. I guess we're doing this. Our backs are against the wall.
I miss Nose on
Get
me.
ready.
Oh my god. Now we're gonna have his really long monologue. Alright, so we gotta beat him up and make sure not everybody, every Hammie even gets annihilated. I am gonna hide the Mr. Bart
I
cam.
needed to do everything I could to achieve greatness and destroy humanity.
Here.
More importantly, I just didn't
Hi,
want to be
Hippie.
around you hideous freaks.
I'll turn it up a tiny
I
bit.
realized that if this was the battle for the fate of humanity, I could easily annihilate them all by sabotaging the mission. Killing everyone straight away might mean replacements would be called to fill in the gaps. And security around the defense system in the war room and the revival-matic in the infirmary was so tight.
I'm gonna move my
I couldn't
chat
have
really
destroyed
quick.
them even if I wanted to. That's why I did everything from the shadows. It's also why I insisted we shouldn't fight at first. I'm the one who killed Sire before he could tell us anything.
You just keep
I
going,
didn't
huh?
need everyone finding out the truth and coming together. I snuck out into the city ruins to dispose of the remains. I made it seem like I ran away so that no one would suspect me. Unfortunately, I got lost on the way there. I was about to give up and figured my dream would die unfulfilled. But then, I was able to continue with my plans because you saved me, Takumi. Thank you. After
Let's
that,
just blast this
I
guy.
continued fighting with everyone superficially. But in secret, I was still working to sabotage you and keeping you divided. It was the same when Hiroko volunteered to lead the team. I had to undermine her to keep you all from coming together. I said whatever I had to in order to get Takumi on my side. Then killed Hiroko when she was on her own. It wasn't enough to just kill you.
Well,
I
that
wanted
sucked.
to put you into a
It'll be
state of
alright.
as much despair as possible. Because the whole time, I was hating you horrible monsters more and more. That's why I burned the food supplies after the barbecue. I knocked everybody out with sleeping pills I learned how to make in the library. And when we went exploring for more food supplies, I'm the one who attacked you and rendered you unconscious, Takumi. I really loathed you for getting so cocky after
I
saving
heard
my life.
loved.
I can hardly stand it. I thought if I abandoned you in the desert, you'd die an agonizing death, which would finally solve my problems. But then you came back with your friends from second to last Defense Academy. Takumi, you irritating little ogre.
He's a
I knew
hater.
then that you were my true nemesis. Of course, you didn't notice a thing. You blamed the whole series of events on the invader made of undying flames. Thanks to that, I
You're
could
just a
easily
little
continue my
hater.
work. I'm also the one who let the prisoner out while the fake Moko was rampaging. I was hoping she'd make things more interesting. But all she did before running away was to take Ina. When I found her at the enemy base, she was no longer of any use to me. Although it was nice to be able to absorb her power. Absorbing both Hiroko and the prisoner's cryptoglobin has actually given me quite the power
So this
boost, you know.
explains why I saw so
But I
much.
never tipped my hand.
Yep.
I
Yep.
hid it from every last one of you disgraceful humans. As if I'd let any of you get the upper hand on me. It's been hell for me. Hearing you hideous monstrosities calling me your friend all this time. When I kill you, I'm going to make it hurt every step of the way.
Sorry, I can't decide what I want to do.
That's why I singled out Nozomi too.
What?
What are you saying? What do you mean you singled out Nozomi? Now, Takumi, calm down. You're so ugly when you lose your cool. But I suppose you can't help it. She was important to you after all. She was essentially a substitute for the childhood friend you left behind in the complex, right? Such an ugly way of thinking, replacing one person with another. But it suits an ugly person like you. Stream elements! Now is not the time for Wahoo! Wait, actually, hold on. I'm sorry, I want to try this. Everybody Wahoo exactly like that. Wahoo exactly like that for me. Test it for me. Yes! Yes! One more person who hasn't Wahooed yet. Super Manager, can you Wahoo? Yes! Yes! Guys, I worked really hard on that today and I'm really happy. I'm really happy. Thank you. Can I do it again? I don't think I can do it again. Not right now. But yeah, with any message, if it gets, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like it might be 5 or 6 in a row. No, don't bug me. I work really hard. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna play the game. I'm playing a video game. But thank you guys for indulging me. I'm so excited it worked. Such an ugly way of... Wait, I already read that. Fuck that. Hold on. Good job, Bonk. Okay, I'll take the good job, Bonk, and I'll sip my water really quick, too. Enough! Just answer the question! Oh, sorry. As usual, I'm terrible at reading the room. It was the proposal from the Supreme Commander that did it. That was all I could have ever asked. That was all I could have ever asked for. She said she'd send us to the artificial satellite. That meant I'd be able to botch this whole project. At the same time, I'd be able to use my powered-up hemo anima to destroy all of the people who evacuated to the satellite. As if you'd ever get away with that. We would have been there to stop you. Oh, please. All I had to do was catch you off guard and pick you off one by one. There's no Revive-O-Matic up there after all. You were going to kill all of us once we made it to the satellite? It's too bad the Supreme Commander's proposal was a trap. That threw me, I have to admit. I did already have a feeling it might have been, though. So you turned us against Nozomi because she was opposed to accepting the offer? I just saw my opportunity and seized it. You guys were the ones attacking her so shamefully. You didn't need any convincing to act that way. Does that mean the one who told the others about Nozomi was? Yes, it was me. I told everyone. I told them it was just hearsay and encouraged them to pass it on. After 2 or 3 days, the story had spread and nobody could tell where it came from anymore. But how the hell did you know about our conversation? I was alone with her when she told me all that. This guy had his ear pressed to the door. Alone? Really? Think, Takumi. Did you check? Huh? Here's a word of advice. You should really be more careful about locking your door. There's something I want to talk to you about. If it's not an inconvenience, could I come to your room later? The door. I chimed in with, haven't you people ever heard of locking your goddamn door? My room? Yeah, that's fine. Oh no, it's an ad break. Should I be nice? Should I be nice and not? You're welcome. You are so welcome. I'm gonna have a sip of my pop. Give me a sec here. I have water and pop today because I need the caffeine. Ads. Hold on. I'll wait for the ads. I'll wait for the ads. There we go. Now, in the meantime, you guys have to do something to get the yippee meter again. You have to use we have to get the yippee meter again. But I don't have anything good to say. But yeah, I'll wait for the Hamela aggro. I think that works actually. It does work! Hamela aggro works! That's so funny. That's so funny. I was like chuckling to myself as I set that up today. Best $10 you guys ever donated and I ever spent. Oh man. I need to tell Oopie I got it. I got it set up. I think they'll be really happy about that. Hammie, you're so silly. You know, I do pride myself in being a little silly. I do pride myself in being a little silly. We got about a minute left until the ad break ends, by the way. Hi, Kashua. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Back in 20 seconds, ads. And then I'll try and pay closer attention. Welcome back. I'm gonna give it a couple more seconds though. Oh wait, no. Your guys' ads all finished already? Put clip of Tomoe showing his evil side in the Discord. I like Discord. I will go check it out though. Thank you for sharing it. Yay, check-in. Alright. I'm gonna wait for the actual... You got second. Good job. Hello, wait, to make up for earlier, who got first? Who got first today? No one got first today. Wait, yeah, Johnny got first today, but Johnny's be lurking. I'm so skill. Yes, you are. You are skill. Welcome back, entirely, ad gang. We're gonna be back at it at Krispy Kreme now. After overhearing your little exchange, I left the cafeteria before you, and while you were out, Hamster. Okay, but I want you to keep everything I'm about to tell you a secret from the others. At least until we make it to day 100. Think he hid in the toilet? Skibbity-ato? That's fine. That's why you wanted to meet in my room, right?
Snuck into your room.
No fucking way! No fucking way! Get a load of this guy! No! I'm speechless right now. I'm speechless right now. Wait, hold on. Holy shit! I like this face. Hold on, chat. I gotta take a screen cap. Hold on. I want him to be. I want him to stay. Hold on, I'm doing a thing really quick, okay? Hold on. I'm putting him here now. He's so evil. He's jovial. It's so Jover.
Thanks to your carelessness, I got a front row
My
seat to a private
carelessness?
conversation.
Bro, you snuck into my room. Not my room, Takuma's room. Ew! Hiding under someone's bed is so nasty. What if... Man. His aura is the color of the Supreme Creeper. Aw, man, Creeper. Psst. Bro, what if what? You know what? I want this. Oh my god. That was... One more. Somebody got us. I won't beg for money, but I am not above begging for yippee. So, you revealed the secrets that you learned in order to isolate Nozomi. Oh, we're so close. I added a few creative additions to the story to really make it stick. I'm so glad you simpletons bought into it. We will get there. We'll get there. That's horrible. It's such a cruel thing to do. I'd been hoping to get rid of Nozomi for some time. Despite being so ugly, she clearly had an influence over all of you. If left unchecked, she would strengthen our sense of unity. It was a happy mistake for me when her rejection symptoms started with such great timing. Why? Why would you do all of this? Why would you go this far? How many times do I have to tell you? Because you're all hideous. Humans are ugly, disgusting, noxious beasts. As the only decent person alive, I have a duty to eliminate them. I had to derail this operation by any means necessary. I trusted you. I thought of you as a friend. Trust? Friendship? Seriously, I wish you'd stop it with the disgusting misunderstandings. You really thought I had some sort of soft spot for a ghoul like you? Hamter 20 times today I lied? Hamster. You deserve a little hamster. I genuinely mean that. You thought I actually liked you? Was that an idea that brought you comfort? Oh, that's gross. So very ugly.
I knew it! You freaks need to be destroyed!
Enough of your babbling! You don't think we'll let some deranged defect like you destroy us, do you? Not just you. It's all of humanity that must be destroyed. The Earth herself craves it. That's why world death started. No, exactly, that's what he's like! So can we need Takumi as the sad courage. They're so evil for thinking someone doing nice things for them was their friend. Yeah, that's fucked up, Aito, you're so mean. You're so mean. Everyone wants you to die, so why do you insist on trying to live? Is it so hard for you to put your repulsive egos aside? Bruh.
What's wrong with having an ego? What's wrong with trying to live? Life is precious. It's only natural that we'd want to preserve ours. We're putting everything we have into living. No matter the circumstances, no matter the situation, we'll do everything we can to live up until our very last moment. And if you're going to deny us that, then you're our enemy. I'm not about to stand by and let you kill me. No way am I going to die here.
I want to chew on him.
We live on for everyone who died. No matter what happens, we'll keep living.
Stop raising that obnoxious voice of yours. It's so unbearably nasty. All this time, every single day I spend masquerading as one of your friends has been torture. But now, I can finally act as your enemy. Now I can destroy you. This power I've obtained will bring everything to an end.
Filth of mankind needs to be annihilated, so I can restore the true beauty of the Earth. Do you hear me? Humanity must fall! Filthy humans, perish and be gone! Die, monster!
Who's the real monster here?
He seems upset. Oh shit! Did his hair slip
My dear
back?
brother died because of you.
Oh, Kako.
I won't let you get away with that.
Why is he kinda...
Here we go, everybody. Let's stop him here and now. Eliminate! Eito Atsuki!
He's not Hammy. No, but hear me out. Hear me out. Oh shit, this is
Now
sick.
I'll show you what I'm truly capable of.
This song does fuck. I don't know. Hear me out. I'm gonna put this guy on my hear me out cake. Fuck.
The power I've consumed is incredible! My strength and specialist skill have grown immensely! This is the end for you unsightly blights on existence!
When are we doing that, by the way? We should do a hear me out cake. I think if we did a hear me out cake though and it was just me, I think you guys would be kind of disappointed. Because I don't really have anything far like out there to put on it. But I would put this fucker. I would put him. But he's still kind of like baby Weenie Hut Jr. Hear me out. Oh my god, they multiplied.
The hideousness of humanity makes me sick. You're filth, too.
This is crazy.
It takes everything I have to hold back my nausea. Yet you still try to live. It's my duty to destroy you.
This will be something. I can do this much. I'll get in their way for once.
Okay. This is crazy.
That
what I'm talking about!
Let's do this!
There are so many genres happening here.
Leave it to me.
Let's get some of these small fry out of the way. I think that's a good idea.
Humans are the monsters.
This is gonna
If
suck.
anything,
This is gonna be
invaders are
awful.
the decent ones. Although, I couldn't care less what happens to them, as long as humans are made extinct.
One and
I'm good whenever. How's this? Leave it to me.
No, he'll never win my heart. I'll skip him until the very end.
Don't expect much from me.
Oh, sorry.
I can do this much. I'll get in their way for once.
Rev it up!
Onward.
After I kill you all here, I'm going to make my way onto that artificial satellite.
Oh
Because
shit.
if there are any human
Oh,
survivors
Kyoshka, I'm
there,
sorry.
I need to make sure they're eliminated as well. And that will be made possible once I absorb all of your powers.
Thank you for the check-in.
I can finally fulfill my lifelong dream.
I can still move. I'll put an end to this. You had this coming. Things aren't looking good.
I think I am gonna pull her back because I'm a little worried, and she's my goat.
I'm ready. Taking the shot. Be gone. Careful, I'm in bad shape.
Oh god.
Kneel before me.
My turn. All right. Say when.
Say Gex.
Good to go.
I feel like at any point when I like, oh, thank you Bahamatism for the 45 stream streak. My goodness.
Gotcha.
Every time I like pay attention to the music, it's a completely different genre. I don't even know if the song is looped yet.
I can't die here.
Oh, I didn't. That's okay. We'll be all right. We will rebuild, chat. We will rebuild. Shit.
Let me at him. Get the hell out of my way. Yeah, just watch me. Mow him down.
Now, stop your unsightly resistance and die.
I know. I'm sorry.
Friends are waiting for
Oh
you
god.
in hell.
You should join them. Can't give up.
Okay. We lost Tsubasa, which sucks, but
I'm not completely useless yet. Oh, sorry. I still have more in me. I'll get in their way for once.
Let's do this! Let's freaking go! Eat my dust! It's up to you from here.
Prepped and ready. That's what I'm talking about. Just watch me. Letting loose. You saw that, right? Let me at him.
My turn at last. How could you be so careless?
I'm not finished yet. How about this?
Shit.
I won't give in.
I can't lose.
I know. I think I'm just gonna end my turn here. I hit the wrong button, that'll be fine. Ah!
I'll cut you down. I really am.
Yes, this is it.
Useless parasite.
Damn it!
Don't screw with me!
Not like this.
Oh my god, everybody's getting shanked!
My ass!
At least we got, yeah.
Let's freaking go. Prepped and ready.
Okay, okay.
Here we go! I can't quit now. I'll put an end to this. Uncouth baboon! My turn at last. Defense! Defense!
Let me at him. I'll hit you with all I got. How's that?
It's killing game time!
Actually, this might not be a bad idea.
Does it hurt? Seriously depressing.
Damn you!
Let's do it to it!
He's still stunned.
I'll take care of this. I can still fight. Taking the shot. I'm feeling weaker. I can't quit now.
No.
Let's go!
It's just a scratch.
ever.
It ain't over yet.
I'll put an end to this. You insect! Make way!
You get the shovel.
Oh, too easy. Here we go!
That ain't
I
nothing.
am gonna pull you back. Thinking.
Eat this!
Let's do it to here we go! Drop dead! Gone, Bob!
He's still stunned. I forgot about that.
Kneel before me! You'll go no further! I won't give up!
Thinking.
Make way!
Can you do this song for karaoke? Absolutely. It'll be the whole karaoke.
I'm hanging in there. That ain't nothing. Can't slow me down. Gotta play defense.
Hi, kid, you. Welcome. Death Metal Hammie. I've been trying to look. I've been looking up guides and shit on how to scream. I think that would be a really fun gap moe skill for me to learn. I'm gonna be so real.
I'll take care of this. I'm all right. I'll try.
Okay, I'm gonna. Seen people lose to barrier being destroyed, but this may be the first time I see someone get completely wiped out.
My body.
Think your Batman voice, but louder. Yeah, but I gotta figure out how to do it like healthy.
Can't It's my life.
Get blasted,
I'm hanging in
bozo.
there. Can't slow me down. I'll smoke 'em. That's what you get.
Wait, is there even a barrier in this fight? I don't think there is.
How irritating.
Let's freaking just watch me.
Damn it, we're not very close, are we?
Let me handle it. Let's freaking go.
Damn. That won't even hit him though.
I won't give. I can still fight. I'll give it all I've got.
Every time we get to this part, I always think about that one song that's like, I'ma beat that pussy up, I'ma beat that pussy up. And I have to like take a second to remember that's not what that song, what this song is saying.
Just watch me.
Actually, no, we'll save it. Everyone is tired.
Don't you dare underestimate me!
Here, have a turret.
Who's that boon?
No, I don't know what the song is called, but it's like, I'm gonna beat that pussy up. I'm gonna beat that pussy up.
Still don't fight in me! Don't you dare underestimate! Don't touch me!
Don't touch her, she says.
I'll show you what's up. Hey, damn you! Prepped and ready. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Whisper Song of the Union Twins. I'm pretty sure that's it, yeah.
I'll remember this.
Bye. Sorry.
Thanks, dude.
Hero!
I can still go on. This is bad, right? I'll hit you with all I got. You can handle the rest.
Looks a little dangerous.
Get out of that fire. You don't need to be there. Still stunned.
You think that's enough to stop me?
You know what? Get the fuck out of here.
You're in the way!
Shovel.
Child, how irritating!
Eh. We might be fucked for this turn. But you know what? It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
I can't anymore! Don't touch me! So close to dead. Drop dead! Okay, your turn now.
Whatever. I was ready for that.
Thanks for that.
I'm all right.
Where the fuck is he? He's all the way over here, isn't he?
I can still fight.
Oh god, he's all the way over here.
I won't give up. I still got fight in me. You owe me.
Spring trap? Oh, I do have a spring trap. I saved it. I refuse. Oh god, I refused to use it last battle because I
can
was.
still fight.
But hold on. Who do I shoot over there? I need someone who's gonna be able to hit him big. Oh god. I can't move him, so it's up the
I
cockle.
won't give up.
Okay.
I'm all right.
I should be able to hit him here.
I can't quit now. I'll give it all I've got. I can't move.
Okay.
You think that's enough to stop me? Don't you dare underestimate
I'm not
me.
gonna do that.
How irritating!
What else do I
Dare
have?
underestimate me.
Thinking.
irritating! You think that's enough to stop me?
You know what?
Let's
I'm
try.
gonna try and keep her alive, especially, but
I still got fight in me! Defense! Defense!
alright, this is gonna be risky, but I think it'll be okay.
It's over! This is it!
Fuck! Whatever. Okay, okay, okay.
We're in serious trouble.
Hold on.
I can still go on. Here you go. This is bad. Give it to him. Damn, this is tough.
Okay, where did you go? Where did you go? There he's right there. He's right there. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
This is bad, right?
They don't? Oh, it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
Hey! Damn, this is tough. Let him loose.
Eat
I
shit!
can still go on. Hey! It can't be.
Ooh. I lost? Me? But how? Thank you for the head pats. I've absorbed so much cryptoglobin. How could I still come up short? This is wrong. It's all wrong. How could someone as righteous as me lose? What gives you deranged humans the right to live in my blaze? Enough of this! You're the deranged one! You're seriously repulsive. You messed everything up, asshole. He broke that device, too! And the guy with the undying flames is gone. Does this mean we failed? Everything we sacrificed to defend the school, it's all going to go to waste? Power of friendship, motherfucker. Haven't you played Persona? Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I did manage to accomplish the bare minimum. This is all your fault, you traitorous scoundrel. But what was with that baby? What was it doing there? We just don't know, and now, I guess we never will. But if the mission failed, that means nothing's going to happen on day 100 now. So we don't have to die anymore, right? The invaders haven't been defeated and world death hasn't been stopped. For all we know, it might not be long until it finishes off the planet. And with no way to get to the artificial satellite, we're stuck waiting here for the end. But wouldn't the people from the satellite send someone to come get us? They're not going to waste resources on disposable pawns, especially after we caused their mission to fail. So we have to live here, alone on a dying world until world death finally destroys everything? No way now am I going along with that. Oh man, our lives are so seriously screwed. It's starting to sound like you would have been better off if the Supreme Commander had killed you. I regret not being able to destroy all the people who fled to the artificial satellite. But I'm happy that everything you did here ended up being totally worthless.
That alone gives meaning to all my plans and struggles.
It all ended up being worthless. I see. So we failed. We lost. Ever since the day we came here, we'd felt so confused, so lost. But even without knowing the whole truth, I still worked alongside everyone I met here. We kept the school safe together. One way or another, we fought hard to protect it. Through sleepless nights and the grief of what we'd lost, we gave it everything we had. And now, we'd failed. At the very last minute, it all fell through. Not because the invaders defeated us, but because we were betrayed by one of our own. Our defeat was set in stone now. Everything we'd done had just been one big waste of time. Shocking, isn't it? But you managed to avoid a real tragedy thanks to me. You should be grateful. What do you mean a real tragedy? I'd been keeping this a secret from all of you, but I may as well come clean. Just like how Takumi came to understand the invaders' language after he absorbed the Supreme Commander's cryptoglobin, I also came to understand their language thanks to the prisoner's cryptoglobin. What? She didn't have the strength of the Supreme Commander, but her power was, let's say, special, all the same. In all of our battles since then, I've been listening to what the commanders had to say. That's how I found out the truth behind this war. The truth? Have you completely lost it? We learned the truth a long time ago. Is that right? Enlighten me. World death decimated the human population, and the remainder of humanity was forced to live in the underground shelters like the residential complex. But because of world death, the planet itself wasn't going to hold out for much longer. The invaders are trying to hurry the process along. They were created by world death for that purpose. So as long as those things are around, the planet won't last long. That's why this mission was launched. The people in charge sent a baby with special cryptoglobin build up the undying flames and massacre the invaders all at once. The baby would need 100 days to store up enough flames. Our mission was to protect him during that time. But the survivors of humanity would get caught in the collateral if they stayed on Earth, so they evacuated onto an artificial satellite up in the sky. Indeed, what they said.
Right. That's what you think the truth is. You've got it all wrong, though.
Oh my god. I can't handle any more of this! Huh? The ugliness of mankind far exceeds your imagination. You never found out the real truth. I wonder what would have happened if you did.
What?
What are you talking about? Then what is this real truth? What do you want? Know that we don't. Stop that. I beg of you, don't look at me with that hideous face. Don't yell in that repulsive voice. Keep your stench away from me.
What?
Enough! Answer me!
Never! Why would I tell you horrendous ogres anything?
Don't piss him
You
off!
wasted your time here without ever knowing why. You can just rot in despair over that fact.
Just then, an announcement began echoing throughout the
Full
school.
system error. Emergency. Reserve power will soon be depleted. Restore system immediately.
The reserve power is depleted? Takumi, it's over. I can't stand to hear this creep's rambling any longer. I shall slay this evil myself.
Huh?
No, I'm gonna do it. Traitorous assholes got it coming. Wait, guys, let me. All of this happened because I saved him that time. If I hadn't done that, we wouldn't be in this mess. I'll take responsibility for him. Being killed by the one I despise the most is truly a fitting end to this tragedy. Go ahead and take all that I am. You'll be the strongest of them all now, Takumi. How nice for you. Who cares about that? There's no one left to fight. I suppose that's true.
This is the end, Eito.
Uh-oh. Bye.
Goodbye, Takumi. You know, until the very end. I hated, loathed, and despised you so much. I just couldn't help myself!
Oh, brother. An S for that fight? I'll take it. I'll take it. Day 97. We got 3 days of bullshit. From then on, all of the school's facilities ceased to function. It was as if Last Defense Academy itself had died. Guys, we have an ad break coming up in about 6 minutes. I'm gonna use the restroom when that happens, okay? Actually, I think maybe running it now would be a really good idea. So chat, be strong for a second, okay? I'm gonna go use the little hamster's room, and then we'll be back and continue from there as we all process what just occurred. Be strong, okay? Go piss, girl. Thank you, I will. Wow, perfect timing. I'm back. I'm back. Let's get back to it. Mr. Bark's back in the room, so I'll put the camera back up. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're showing chat your chew. I don't think they can see it from there, though. Uh-oh, did I break it on accident? I don't know. Oh, I forgot. Pissman gave me a fidget spinner. I want to spin it really quick. Mr. Bark, what do you think of the fidget spinner? Oh, he doesn't like it. Oh, okay, I'm gonna stop fucking around. No good. Nothing's working anywhere. Oh, shit. Same with the cafeteria. Hi, Nina! Hello, Raiders! I hope you guys had a wonderful stream. What were you guys up to? If you don't know me, I'm Hamela Hampter, and you can call me Hammie. Ah, thank you so much for the follow! Let me... Lindo the OG, thank you. Nina, I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need to step away to grab some food or rehydrate or just kind of recharge, please make sure you're taking care of yourself. That goes the same to you, Raiders. I know how it goes. You watch a lot of stream and you're like, oh man, I need to go get some water. But I appreciate you for trusting me with your community all the same. Tonight we are playing the 100-line Last Defense Academy. Ooh, enjoy your leftover pizza. I get kind of excited for leftover pizza. I like it just as much as like pizza that just came out of the oven. If you guys are sensitive to spoilers, I'm gonna warn you right now. There's 100 days in this game and we are on 96, so we are at a very, very spoiler heavy part of the game, and if you gotta bounce, I completely understand. Otherwise, we're trying to finish our first playthrough tonight. That's the goal anyway. Ooh, I haven't tried reheating pizza in the air fryer. That sounds amazing. I'm always looking for another reason to use my air fryer, though. I think I could probably get by without an oven as long as I had an air fryer. I'm gonna be honest. I love that thing so much. I'm gonna take a sip of my... Been sleeping on cold pizza. Cold pizza fucks too. Like, I used to, my first job ever, I worked at Little Caesars, right? And then I got burnt out on pizza for a really long time. At least, like, really, like, not, like, normal, regular pizza I got burnt out on. And I finally reached a point where I can, like, enjoy even Little Caesars pizza again. Because Little Caesars is pretty good when you don't have a bitch in your ear telling you it's gross. But yeah. Please, go enjoy your leftover pizza and save a bite for me. I know, like, we really don't give Little Caesars enough credit. Their pizza is so cheap. Their pizza is so cheap, and it's really good for what it is. I'm not gonna lie. This is not sponsored by Little Caesars, but it's like a $5 pepperoni. That's awesome. That's sick. And even if you want, like, I don't know if they've raised the price since I used to work there, but even like $8 for a 3-meat pizza, very, very good. Very good. Little Caesars is amazing. They truly revamped their recipe. Yeah, I remember I used to get kind of, I used to not like their marinara sauce very much. I thought it was a little bit too acidic, so what I would do is I would go into the back, instead of using marinara, I would use the garlic parmesan wing sauce, and I would just put a little bit on the crust and use that instead of the marinara, because it was just too acidic for me. And granted, I don't think the garlic parmesan sauce was very good for me either, but, you know, we were balling on a budget, and, I was taking advantage of my, workers' benefits. It was so good. I was working there when they still had the jalapeno cheese bread, and it was bomb too. You can still kind of make it though if you order an Italian cheese bread with jalapeno on it, and then just get a side of the jalapeno cheese sauce. Wahoo! But yeah, no, I used to do a lot of weird shit when I worked there. It was pretty awesome. I do miss that. I do miss being able to do that. Oh my god, are we gonna get a Wahoo Yippee? Are we gonna get a Wahoo Yippee? Everybody Wahoo! Just, yeah! I'm so sorry. I think that's probably funnier than I think that, it's again! I know that I probably think that's way too funny, like way too funny, and it's not as funny to the rest of you. But it makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. Yeah, we got it. Hi, Melodic Fist. Thank you. Can we get a third one? Can we do a third? Yes, we can. Oh my goodness, we're close to getting another. Yes! At first I was like, should I bump that up so it's more productive? Thank you so much, Melodic Fist, for the follow! I appreciate you. Anyway, now that I've gone on at least 3 tangents, How about we get back to this video game, huh? And maybe we'll get another yippee. Maybe we'll get another yippee soon. Isn't that right, Ato? Isn't that right? I'm a little congested because of the reading, but we're still trucking. We're still trucking. Same with the cafeteria. The refrigerator and the ration-o-matic aren't powering on. We still have non-perishables though, so should be okay for a while. I forgot to tab back in. What the heck happened? The undying flames in the defense room were probably the power source for the rest of the school.
Ah.
Once Ato off the person who was making them, all the other functions must have stopped too. Then what are we supposed to do now? We're kind of in the middle of nowhere with nothing to sustain us. Hey, speaking of nothing, has anyone taken a peek outside? Pulsing Hand Puyo would be a great emote like this. Like a little shaky guy. I have been making a few more animated Puyos. The Mina one has little floppy wings. I could make a pulsing Puyo. Maybe I'll add that to my list. I still gotta finish making every Hammie's Puyos they redeemed. We're slowly chipping away at that list. I think I've gotten what? I know I've reached over 10 of them at this point, but there's a lot. It's a seriously depressing sight. Oh god, I'm scared. I guess we could go look. Hey, look out the window! Well, now I talked to every Hammie. We've lost everything now. It's all gone! The undying flames were the Academy's power source. Without them, all of its functions have shut down. Nozomi's death and the way things ended, it's all because none of us realized what kind of scumbag Ato really was. Not a damn thing's working anywhere. It's like the school itself up and died. Yugamu? I never imagined Ato's true nature was so psychotic. I should have killed him right away. Well, if the undying flames are gone, we don't have to die now, right? I feel like such a wretched fool. I didn't have any idea who the true traitor was. Everyone's so upset. When I looked out the window, I saw something I didn't think was possible. Whoa. Whoa, the sky! Everything looks normal. Or it should be normal. The wall of undying flames that surrounded the school had gone out. The only thing out there now was the endless city ruins. The wall of fire is gone too. I guess this is what it's always looked like out there, but it feels strange. Is this really how it ends? Did we really lose to the invaders? If we had just seen through to that traitor's true nature sooner. We never could have done that. Nobody even imagined there was someone sabotaging us behind the scenes. What about the invaders' all-out attack? Is that still happening? I wonder. Our main mission's already failed after all. At the very least, the enemy no longer has any reason to attack this place as desperately as it did before. Except to come and finish us all off. I don't want to fight anymore. I'm done fighting. I thought it was pretty fun, although it wasn't the kind of killing game I was hoping for. Are we sure that no one's sending someone to get us? They've really abandoned us? Why would they rescue people they see us as disposable? I'm far too noble and important just to be thrown away. Someday, the Suzuki family will crush all of humanity. Knock it off. You sound like Ato. So, now what do we do? Now what? There's nothing left to do here, but there's no reason to leave either. Are we going to stay until day 100 at least? I think so. There's nowhere else for a roach-headed, sunken-faced freak like me to go. We played the game this far. It wouldn't hurt to see the ending on the final day, right? True. True. We have nothing to do, nowhere to be, and nowhere to go. I'm feeling it all over again. The total loss of everything I hold dear. Mr. Bark, this is kind of bullshit, isn't it, buddy? Yeah, it's kind of bullshit. Oh, you don't want to get scrubby? When I woke up the next day, I couldn't motivate myself to get out of bed. Emptiness. Helplessness. Oh, you want a treat, Mr. Bark? Malice has a treat for you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you get a treat, Mr. Bark. Here. There you go. I threw it on my sweater. I need to wash that sweater anyway, so it's okay. Oh, Mr. Bark, was it yummy, buddy? Was it so yummy? Do you say, thank you, Malice, that was tasty. I quite enjoyed that snack. Yeah, you say that, don't you? Emptiness, helplessness, those emotions still overwhelmed me. Losing Kadoa and Nozomi, being betrayed by Eito. I had nothing, not a place to return to. Oh, you're going up to the camera to say hello. Mr. Bark, you love chat, don't you? I like it when he brings his toys to you guys. I think that warms my heart quite a bit when he does that. I think he understands. At least a little bit. Nor anything I could do about any of this. Oh. In the end, I couldn't do anything. I whispered listlessly and let my heavy body sink into the bed. And I kept sinking deeper and deeper. I forgot I had Eito on my screen still! It wasn't even morning when suddenly it happened. What? My body. I didn't know what was causing it, but something abnormal was happening to my body. It wasn't just heavy. Throughout my body, I felt warm. Is it rejection symptoms? No. Hot. Abnormally hot, far beyond anything like a regular fever. Don't tell me I have rejection symptoms. Called it. Had the cryptoglobin rejection that plagued Nozomi finally come for me? Maybe this is what I deserved. I was being punished for being unable to do anything for the baby in the defense room. Punishment for being unable to even trust him, let alone protect him. As I moaned from the intense heat running through my body, I finally stopped resisting it. Soon, I lost consciousness, as if the heat was swallowing me whole. How much time passed after that? Minutes? Hours? Longer still? I couldn't say. I lost all sense of time. Bro, I think you may be carrying an unhealthy amount of guilt. You're gonna carry that weight, buddy. This kind of sounds like a ZTS track, and I don't think anyone but either Malice or Blackberry will get that. The vicious heat assaulting my body didn't subside. It only grew in intensity. The heat woke me from my sleep. It was so hot I felt like I was being burned from the inside out. You do? Oh, that's right, Super Manager, you would also get it. What is this? I'm burning up. It's like my body's on fire. It's not rejection, is it? It feels like something more. Immediately, my vision filled with flames. Fire erupted from my very body. Not just any flames. They were undying flames! I was enveloped in undying flames. They were emanating from inside of me. This is sick! I let out a scream, and then something even stranger happened. The flames that filled my vision pulled away from me. They became a ball-like mass and began to writhe in front of me before forming into another shape. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah! And just like that, the boy made of undying flames was there.
You? How are you?
Hi, Karma!
How am I still alive? Unfortunately, I'm not. My real body is long dead.
Oh,
Killed
dear.
by Ato.
Haunted by Yaoi. Haunted by Yaoi.
Then... what is this?
The last of my consciousness. Remaining in the cryptoglobin. Something like an echo. That's all I am now.
An echo?
I wanted to be your friend.
I don't understand it myself. The power of cryptoglobin is truly mysterious. But I'm glad this has happened. I really wanted to talk to you one last time.
Please tell him it'll be okay. My boy needs some help. Playing 100 line or 100 line 2? I'm playing 100 line. It's curious to me too, but I don't have any strong feelings about being killed. Strange, isn't it? To feel nothing about your own death. I'm not even sure that I was ever truly alive in the first place. What do you mean? Not only do I not have a name, but I don't know anything about my origins either. Nothing about my mother or father, nor the place or date I was born. Nothing at all? What did my real body look like to you? A newborn baby? You didn't just look like one, you clearly were one. But several years have passed since I was born. I am about the same age as the rest of you. What? As a trade-off for the overwhelming power I was born with, my body was incapable of growing physically. It was unable to endure the sheer might of my cryptoglobin. The all too great price to pay for the benefits of this mutation. They age at the same speed as Hamela. Are you telling me I look young for my age? That's me fluttering my eyelashes, by the way, if you couldn't tell. It's ironic, isn't it? My cryptoglobin was practically all-powerful, but my body was incapable of sustaining itself. I'm a baby? I don't know about that. Don't say that in front of Jeff Bezos. He might nuke me out of orbit. Please, even if you can't tell me everything, tell me what you know. What is cryptoglobin? We love Twitch, that's right! And YouTube! Shoutouts to YouTube! And VOD Gang! Hi YouTube and VOD Gang. I don't know. Even I'm not sure what this power really is. So you've been left in the dark too? I only learned that the enemy had the same power when I arrived here. I still don't know why that is either. So, in the end, not a soul here was told anything. Was that to prevent information from leaking to the enemy? Or because we were destined to die here no matter what we did? Because of that body, I never got to experience having friends. I couldn't risk letting anyone close to me, not when I could have lost control over my power at any moment. Sarai was the only other person I ever spoke to. He looked after me since I was young. Really? Him? Yes, he raised me, if only as a weapon. I don't know shit about fuck. Guy's so gay he's literally flaming purple. That is a baby! That is a baby! It was my destiny to live and die here at Last Defense Academy, to use this power to eradicate the invaders. Are you okay with that? It doesn't matter. With my body the way it was, I was in no position to resist. I had to cooperate with the mission in order to live. Well, I call it cooperating, but I was just having my power constantly drained from me. Maybe you pity me, but I've long since accepted my existence as a weapon. I never once considered what it was that I personally wanted to do. Not until I heard about all of you. Huh? Sarai told me on the first day when he brought me here. Life of being constantly drained must not be easy. It's not easy being purple. He said a group of boys and girls my age had been brought here as a special defense unit to protect me. Once I heard that, I felt happy for some reason. It was my first real emotion. I was so curious, I wanted to get a look at you. So, I created an avatar with my cryptoglobin. Beyond Siri's back, of course. If he'd found out, he would have scolded me for wasting my power. That's my son. That's my son. I'm his babysitter. No! He's a baby! Don't call him a bottom! Don't call him a bottom! Don't do it! That little boy's a child! He's a teenage baby. He's like baby times 2. Baby times 2, baby no money. Then you found me. Yes, you mistook me for an invader and began to panic. I see. I'm sorry. No, I realized that it... Sorry, 1 second. No, I realized that it was a natural response, considering my appearance and inability to communicate. Besides, the situation was what it was. After that, I thought I should stop creating avatars, but Siri stopped coming to see me, so I was even more curious what was happening with all of you. Hammie, how much did you sleep last night? I got about 6 hours. Probably somewhere between 5 and 6. I had a little bit of a hard time falling asleep last night, but, I mean, that's enough to function. I typically work my best if I get at least 7, though. I decided to check in on things in this form again, all while trying to stay out of sight. I only appeared in front of you on urgent occasions when I had something I really needed to tell you. Now that you mention it, whenever we were in a bind, you were always there. You must have realized we were in trouble and tried to warn me. From your point of view, I must have been a strange being, but I started to feel an affinity for all of you. Not enough. I promise you if you go to sleep right now, we can continue when you wake up at whatever time you say. No, I won't do that to you. Let's keep going for a bit longer. I'm so invested. I might be sleepy, but I'm invested. Don't worry about me, okay? I'll get some sleep and then I'll sleep in tomorrow. I don't know, like usually I would wake up and then I'll go back to sleep if I haven't gotten enough sleep, but today I woke up at, I fell asleep at 2, and I woke up about, I want to say like 8? Yeah, I woke up about 8-ish, and then I couldn't really fall back asleep, so then I was like, fuck it, I'll get up. I watched TikTok on my phone for like an hour though, so I rested. 6 a.m.? 6 a.m. sounds good. We can all hit the sack now. Even if I were to go to bed right now, if you told me I had to get up at 6 a.m., I would not get up at 6 a.m. My body gets so mad if I try to wake up before the sun is up. No! I bet it's 6, 7. No, stop it! Stop it! Stop! No! We are not getting a yippee for 6, 7! No! No! No. No. You don't get that. You don't get that. Ah! Stop! Stop! Mm-mm. I'm gonna nuke chat to the moon! I'm gonna nuke you. I'm gonna nuke you. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are a handful. Hammie is a babysitter. How old are you guys? And if you say 6, 7, I'll fight you. No! No! Stop it! Stop it! You guys are gonna ruin this. You're gonna ruin the yippee meter. Stop! Stop! 30 or 40 years old. I am 30 or 40 years old and I don't need this. I'm not your babysitter. I'm not your mommy. I could be your daddy or your stepdad. But I'm not your babysitter and I'm not your mommy. No. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Get blown. Go get nuked into orbit. I started to want to fight alongside all of you as a friend.
Huh?
As a friend. Our much older big sister. Don't call me much older. I'm your reasonably older big sister. I'll accept that. I'll accept Onaham. But I will not accept mother, mommy, mama, or anything like that. But I can call myself the babysitter. This guy only observed them but thought of them as a friend. Dude was a chatter. He was lurking! Homeboy was lurking and spending his channel points on his avatar. Oh, that made me kind of sad. Can't call Hammy Steve Harrington the way she be babysitting. I'm not your babysitter! But calling me Steve Harrington is very flattering. Thank you. How many subs to end stream and sleep? 50. Is it 52? Is 52 the bit now? Yeah, 52 is the bit. Because somebody gifted 50 and then somebody gifted 51 and now we're at 52. And I still didn't think we would reach 51, but you cannot how about 67? I mean, okay, yeah. If you gave me 67 subs right now, I would Hamela aggro and go to bed. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Oh no! I don't have enough disk space to continue recording. What do you mean? What do you mean? Uh-oh. Guys, chat, OBS, I need to clean out my hard drive tomorrow. I gotta clean out my hard drive tomorrow. I'm gonna have to download my VOD straight from I'm gonna have to download my VOD straight from Twitch. No, I'm not ending stream. I'm not ending stream. It's been a scuffed evening. It's been a scuffed evening, chat. Why? What do you mean, man? You want me to not stream? You want me to stop streaming? You want me to stop playing 100 line? We're 2 days away from the end of the first playthrough. You want me to dream? Oh my god. Gone as quickly as he arrived. Gone as quickly as arrived. And he didn't even use lemur. He didn't even use lemur. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. All this was very strange to me as well. I had no idea where all these feelings were coming from. I envied you. Envied us? The people who are constantly bickering and never sticking together? True as that may be, the sight of all you working so hard to stay alive was beautiful to someone living with no meaning, like me. Actually, I'm gonna hide the Mr. Bartcam because he's not hanging out with us. He's too good for us too.
Hey!
But in the end, it was all for nothing. We failed. It's easy to blame it all on Ato's betrayal, but I'm sure that wasn't the only cause. We were sloppy from the start. Sloppy! About fighting, about protecting each other. I stayed in the same state of mind as when I got dragged into this, fighting without resolve or conviction. And as a result, I lost everything. My comrades and someone very dear to me too.
Huh?
So you have regrets? You bet I do. I'm full of regret. This baby can fit so much guilt and regret in it! Oh no, it's this bad boy can fit so much regret and guilt in it. I just can't stop thinking about it, wondering if I could have done more. If I'd just done better, maybe I could have saved Nozomi, saved Kadoa. I know regret won't undo anything, but I can't get it out of my head. Even Ato was able to do all of this because of me. Do you want to redo the past? Are we having time traveling shenanigans? Huh? The reason I came to you in this final time was to talk about exactly that. This is the last message I'll ever give you, and it's the most important of all. Oh god. Okay, tell me. What do you want to tell me? When I was killed by Ato, all my cryptoglobin was incorporated into him. I watched your battle from inside of him, and I noticed something. A strange occurrence with Ato's specialist skill. Really, what happened to it? After absorbing my cryptoglobin, Ato's specialist skill underwent, I suppose you'd call it an evolution. What are you guys doing, huh? What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing right now, What do you think you're doing? You trying to yippee? Are you trying to take my hard work and turn it into a 6-7 joke? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing? Oh, that was loud. It woke me up. Welcome back. There's no rest for the wicked. Had a weird dream. Was it this? Did it have anything to do with this? And it's not even Financial Domination Friday, and you guys got me spicy. It sure seemed that way when we were fighting him. Would we ever do something like that? I don't know. How about you tell me? Would you like to tell me? It must be the effect of my cryptoglobin. It seemed to stimulate the power that was already inside of him. And now, by way of Ato, that cryptoglobin resides in you. Your specialist skill, which allows you to redo things, should have also evolved to its highest level. What? If you used that power, you would be able to return further back in time than before. All the way back to the beginning of this 100-day period, in fact. Back to the beginning? You're telling me I could do all 100 days over again? I think you have the power to do so now. I can feel it from inside of you. Is this for real? Can I really go back and redo it? Redo all of it? Naturally, you'd be the only one going back. You'd have to part ways with everyone. Then what would happen to the others? Would they all have to keep living here in this timeline? I'm not sure. They may continue to exist as part of a parallel world, or they might vanish the moment you redo things. I can't tell you anything for certain. There's no telling how returning to the past might affect other things either. What do you mean? The flow of time is by nature one of the absolute truths of the world. There's no way that flow can be reversed. Breaking that rule and warping time to your own ends is bound to have consequences. Something unexpected might happen in the world you return to. It may have unfathomable effects on your cryptoglobin. Even on the I keep wanting to say cryptoglobin. Nothing would be out of the realm of possibility. You'd be using your power to violate the very laws of the universe. At any rate, redoing the past will come with risks, at the very least. Globin. You wouldn't be able to study medicine. I'm so not smart enough for that. And it will also mean that you'll have to fight all of your battles again. You'll have to fight this cruel war all over again from the start. The outcome may not necessarily be positive. In fact, it could end worse than it has now. But if you're plagued with regret, if you wish to reclaim what you've lost. Hammie, what do you study? Pussy. Then you ought to try using that power. You should try to redo the past. Hammie gets a PhD and writes about the little known hemoglobin. No, I don't study anything.
It's your decision to make. You should choose what you think is the correct path. You should press forward and trust in your decision.
Even if I die, I want to press forward and trust in my decision. Please, tell me more about this homo goblin. Shouting for a crow to get the camera and then being sad Crow isn't here. We all truly miss Crow. We can put Crow here. Let's get Crow out. Hold on. I'll manifest it. I'll manifest this. Hold on. Okay, we're manifesting, chat. We're manifesting. There he is. Homo goblin. Don't think I would be able to use a hemogoblin to fight. I have homophobia. Stop! starboard that. We're gonna have to starboard that. That's what Nozomi was. I do pass out when I see blood. That's understandable. He has homophobia in his eyes. That's crazy. Alright guys, I'm gonna need you to go like that in the starboard. Or starboard, yeah, whatever, English. You seriously don't want to try typing lemur. It's not like anything will happen. Stream elements. Now is not the time. Now is not the time. Trust in my decision. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry, super manager. I'm glad I finally got the chance to. So I'm starting this over. That's all I wanted to say. I'm glad I finally got the chance to tell you. What happens to you now? Oh! I believe I'll simply vanish. Or rather, I've already vanished. The fact I'm here in this way is one more miracle brought about by Cryptoglobin. So now I'm going to disappear for good, like I always should have. Could you tell me one last thing before you go? Wait, hold on. There's one more thing I gotta do. Context. You were nameless. You had no roots. You were incapable of living on your own, treated like a weapon, then killed.
Hey!
Do you want to relive that life? I wonder. Maybe it's not worth reliving, but I am what I am, so I don't think anything will ever change. But if I could, there is something I'd like to do. What's that?
Next time, I want to befriend all of you. I want to argue with you and fight with you. And until the moment I die, I want to do everything I can to live.
Leaving those words behind, like flames slowly converging, the ghost boy vanished. I'm sad. That makes me sad. I'm gonna print out this picture of Ato and take a big bite out of it, I think. There were no announcements playing anymore. I awoke on day 99 in an eerie silence. I hadn't moved from my bed. I couldn't get the conversation from last night out of my head. I can redo the past, but I'm the only one who can do it. I don't know what will happen to the others, and I have no idea what will be affected or how things will change as a result of going back. And above all, if I redo the past, I'd have to fight for 100 days all over again. I wonder how everyone else is doing. Yet another dream. Did it go like this? I'm a little curious. Maybe I'll go check in on them. Exactly like that? I'm glad I could help. Anybody up here? So Ato's best girl. Yeah, I kind of is best girl. Is there anybody up here? Any Hammie even? Everyone's kind of free time! Maybe? No, we're just gonna go talk to them, I think. Let's go to the cafeteria. Maybe there's still candy. There's still candy, guys. We'll be fine. Children like colorful candy, but I'm more concerned about the artificial colors used. You don't want any red 40? Red 40 should be the last of your problems right now. Are we truly going to rot away with the Earth? Will we never see anyone from the complex again? Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Kyoshika? Kyoshika and Takumi art, and it was really cute. Aww, that sounds really cute. I love all art with Kyoshika in it. I just like Kyoshika. I think she's really cute. Too scared to get blown up by Hammie again. I know, I've been kind of abusing my power tonight. Would you do it all over again? If I could redo it? By all means, I'd do it over again. We'd be certain to win our fights against the invaders the second time around.
Huh?
60 hours into this game and I just realized it's Kyoshka. It is Kyoshka. Kyoshka. Get back, everyone. I can take the explosion. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I hesitated when I went to go press the button. 6, 7, no!
No!
No.
'Tis better to die a warrior rather than live meaninglessly. Isn't it? I don't know anymore.
Oh, Kyoshka. No! No, 6, 7! No! Stop it! Stop it! No! Ah! I'm gonna explode you again now. I'm going to explode you. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. Where are we going? Yeah, Mr. Dwarf says stop it too. Karada! She'll have some good advice for us. She won't call us insults. She won't call us a dumb motherfucker for thinking we could go back in time. Why? Why do things have to end so miserably for me? That's what I say whenever you guys make a 6, 7 joke. You could probably share your grievances with middle school teachers and you'd have a lot in common. Yeah, I think I could. Shrimp check, thank you. I will unshrimp and I'll even drink some water. Oh, you're gonna redeem that hydration check too. I'm gonna rehydrate. Thank you, that was necessary. Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Kurata? Would you do it all over again? Hi, Crimson, welcome, welcome. Where's the spa day redeem? I want a spa day. I need you guys to give me money for a spa day first, though. I can't budget that in. Maybe I should add one to my throne. Would you guys want to crowdfund me a spa day? Thanks for the 1 bit! Huh? What kind of juvenile question is that? But if I could, I'd turn it all around. Thank you, thank you. We'd win our fights and we'd survive without a single casualty.
In the name of the Osuzuki family, I'd forcibly wrench a happy ending out of the hands of fate.
I think she could do it. No need to make traps anymore. Condodo to a bucket of cold water. No, I don't want a bucket of cold water. I can get one just by going to my fridge. I'm drinking from a bucket of cold water right now. My Owala. Whoops, I want the map. Give me the map. The map. Tsubasa. What's going to happen to us? We managed to survive up to this point, but what do we do now? Is nobody gonna come for us? Am I never gonna see my family again? Do I just have to stay here until Earth is destroyed? Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Tsubasa? What would you do? Or would you do it all over again? If it meant I could see my family again, I'd want to do it all over.
But if we're doomed to die, even if we win in the end, I'm done. I
Oh, Tsubasa.
don't want to fight anymore.
Tomorrow is day 100. I can't believe we're gonna reach day 100. Everyone's so damn miserable. Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Takemaru? Would you do it all over again? Huh? What'd you say? You kidding? Of course I'd do it all over. And this time, I'd beat the Supreme Dickhead and Ato in a bloody pulp.
But I can't do shit. So it's all just empty words at this point.
Also, don't think I didn't see that. Yugamu. I don't want to talk to Shoma. Not until the end. In a sense, this is a happy ending because we've managed to live. On the other hand, it's a bad ending because we've lost the war. What kind of ending is this, ultimately? Hi, Mr. Bark. Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Yugamu? Would you do it all over again? Seriously? What an adorable question.
Oh.
I think I'd refrain. I doubt any good would come out of a redo. In your vibing clip, I cut it off right before Shoma talked. I liked that clip. That clip was great.
It's more likely our time here was fated to end up this way from the start.
Well, that's kind of a negative Nancy. Whoops, hold on. Whatever, we'll go say hi. Then no one can say I'm saving the best for last because I've got it over with. Okay, Pipsqueak, what do we got? Hi, Angry Seal. Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo all of your streaming career... Never! I'm having fun! I know I'd be better off dead anyway, but I really wish I could have been useful somehow. Then Leo could have been proud of me, but I wasn't able to make that happen. Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Shoma? Would you do it all over again? I wonder. Someone like me would probably only end up with the same pathetic outcome as this time. A waste of space is still a waste of space no matter how many times he does something.
Sorry for my devastatingly boring answer.
God, I hate you.
I can hardly think anymore.
Man, I started to like him when he was coming around, and I can't bring myself to like him. Not even at the end. Dotomi. Since all the machines have stopped functioning, I can actually die now if I want to. Maybe I should just die. I don't want to fight the rest of the invaders. You're not pathetic enough to feel sympathy for them, Jesus. Oh, I know. Let's all just kill each other. An all-out brawl until only one of us is left. Hey, I don't know if you should be talking to her, Takumi. Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Dotomi? Killing game! No, it's like dental plan. Killing game! Would you do it all over again? Nah, sounds like too much effort. I don't really want a happy ending anyway.
This ending's more fitting for someone like me. One where everything is perfectly unsatisfying.
Dental plan! Lisa needs braces. Kako. Kako is gonna want to redo. I can tell already. What am I supposed to do now? Just wait for the Earth to be destroyed? Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Kako? Would you do it all over again? If I could redo it? I would! I'd do it all over again. I'd make sure to protect Ima and everyone else. Even if our only choice was to die in the end, I'd still want to die alongside my dear brother. It's so sad. Most youths I talk to don't get Simpsons references. I do! Well, I mean, to an extent. It's been a long time since I've watched a lot of the episodes. But the one with the, false angel, I remember that used to give me used to, terrify me as a child. Anyway.
But I know that's not possible. He's already dead.
Was lucky enough that my parents had a lot of box sets. I have a friend who's been rewatching it from the very beginning, and I'm actually kind of tempted to do the same at times because I feel like it would be kind of nice background noise while I work on stuff on my computer. But yeah, no, the angel episode was so scary. And I recently watched me and my big brother, sometimes we watch the Treehouse of Horror episodes when we hang out. And we recently watched the Death Note one, and I was like freaking out so hard because I hadn't seen it before then, and I was so excited, and I didn't realize that it had some of the animators that worked on Death Note actually worked on that episode. Yeah, there's a Treehouse of Horror where it's a Death Note parody. And it's really well done. It's really fun. Watched the first 10 seasons recently. Very fun. How long did that take you? Did it take you a while? Let's see. Gaku. Hey, isn't anyone gonna come from the artificial satellite and save us? Are they really just gonna leave us here to die? Couple of months of background noise, like 2 to 3 maybe? Okay, I see. Cause I just finished watching Gravity Falls. Is it bloody? I don't think it is. I don't think it's bloody. Because if you're familiar with Death Note, most of the deaths happen as a heart attack. If you don't rate a cause of death, they die by heart attack after a few seconds. First 10 is a great set to watch. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll watch some Simpsons soon. Cause yeah, I was watching Gravity Falls, and then I caught up on Stranger Things, and now I've been kind of like teetering because I just don't really know what I want to start next, but I do like having something to watch instead of just working, and I'll usually put music on or just kind of work in silence, and that's, you know, working in silence is a little unsatisfying sometimes, you know? I feel like the brain fog gets me if I don't have anything in the background sometimes. That sounds fun. It's on Disney Plus, I think? I think that might be one I still have. Shit, I forgot about the ad! Here, hold on. Hammy said she wasn't gonna yap today. You guys are just so interesting. I want to talk with you. I'm also like, I mean, since I don't have a watch-along or anything after this, we can kind of go for as long as we need. No, you? No, me? Oh, well, I mean, I'll take the compliment. Didn't do anything interesting today. You know, some days you kind of just need a day where it's not interesting, you know? It's not interesting, and you just, I don't know. I think that's a good point to recharge a little bit. Other than some woodworking, what are you making? Tell me. I want to get back into needle felting a little bit. I've been thinking about picking it back up lately. I got my fidget spinner right now. Modified my desk to make it more ergonomic. That's really, really cool. That's kind of badass. Good on you. That sounds really nice. I have a Dremel that would work on wood, and I've always wanted to like kind of play around with it a little bit more and draw on wood, but I could probably make stamps with it if I wanted to. It's been a while since I actually like made a stamp. I think that when I was in school for graphic design, I was taking a few different types of art classes, and I made stamps and stuff in one of them, and that was kind of fun. Yeah, now it's the perfect height. I feel much more comfortable. Well, good. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm sure there was a lot of work, so I mean, you may not have accomplished anything super interesting, but you did something that's like pretty awesome. So you studied in art school? Yes, I did. I didn't finish though. I didn't finish. I'm kind of just like a jack of all trades. I really quite love doing art. That was a fast ad break. Welcome back, Ad Gang. I've been a manager for storage units. I've worked in fast food. I worked in Japanese to English game localization. I VTube. Oh, how does she do it? You're just that interesting that ad breaks just feel like no time. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Should we get back to it though? I'm gonna put my fidget spinner down now. I can't stop playing with it. Oh, guys, Mr. Bark. Mr. Bark is, let me see if I can get the camera back on him. Yeah, let's not let Gaku cry anymore. Oh my goodness, Mr. Bark, nobody can see you. Really is a handful through. I do my best, you know? Alright. Hey, isn't anyone gonna come from the artificial satellite and save us? Are they really just gonna leave us here to die? What are we supposed to do now? There might still be invaders out there too. Hey, hypothetically speaking, if you could redo these 100 days, what would you do, Gaku? Would you do it all over again? Huh? Why would I fight again? Who'd ever want that? Oh, but if I did it over again, maybe we could have negotiated with Zira and got him to let us live. There's no sense in thinking about this. It's not like it's possible anyway.
My whole life's nothing but rotten luck. I want to redo my whole existence.
I kind of feel bad for him. He really did get, like, the short end of the stick with a lot of stuff, and his mindset doesn't really help, but... I guess I've talked to every Hammie now. I should probably head back to my room. Even after I got back to my room, I kept agonizing over the same thoughts as usual. Time went by as I ruminated, and before I knew it, night had fallen. Change your mindset! This was supposed to be my last night at Last Defense Academy. Not that it really matters now. Day 100, the day we've been striving for, is coming tomorrow. But this ending is a far cry from what any of us had hoped for. I fought here in order to see the person dearest to me once again. To go back to Kadoa, but... my Kadoa is dead. For some reason, she showed up as Nozomi Kirifuji, and she died in my arms. From the moment she died, I had been full of regret. Regret that I couldn't save her. I feel the same about Ima and Hiroko, and about not seeing Eito's betrayal coming. I regret everything. And it's not only regret that plagues me, it's also frustration. There's still so much I don't understand.
I know I'd met you before.
Huh?
Even though we talked about so many things, how did I forget?
What are you saying?
That's right. You...
No, I've already read it. But I appreciate it.
Taki. From back then.
That was my first visual novel. Right? I read it like when I was a junior in high school. I read that way too young. I misread that at first. Why did Kadoa show up here as Nozomi Kirifuji? Why did she forget who she was? Yeah, no, we were comparing Eito to Fuminori? Yeah, Fuminori. What in the world happened to her? And then there's Eito's final words to me. Wahoo.
Right. That's what you think the truth is. You've got it all wrong, though.
Am I okay not knowing? Is it really okay for things to end like this? But if I go back to the past, I'll have to fight 100 days all over again. He's gonna be... Wahoo! Hold on. This is a yippee I'll contribute to. Will I fight again? Will we go to war again? Is that the correct path for me to take? Talked to my cousin about it. We were like 16. He must have thought I was a freak. I mean, like, at the end of the day, there is one thing that can't be denied, and it's that Sayano Uta is kind of freaky in a lot of different ways. And it definitely is a work of fiction that can kind of really linger with you, I think. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. But what we can all agree on is Gurasu no Kutsu is a very bomb-ass song. I like it a lot. Ever since I heard that song, I've been so obsessed with Ito Kaneko as an artist that like literally anything that she's done the music for, I've gotten into in some capacity. I spent my 99th day at the academy turning the same thoughts over and over in my head. Even your mom liked that song? It's such a pretty song. And then, day 100, chat, we're here. We finally made it to day 100. You're such a man of culture, Hammie. Thank you, thank you. I'm really bad at keeping up with stuff in 2026, but I feel like I have experienced a lot of really good fiction in my time. A lot of like pretty iconic stuff. And then a lot of niche stuff too. You know? I don't know. I love visual novels. The day the undying flames were originally meant to rain down on the planet. The day we'd put a stop to world death by burning all the invaders to ash, taking us with them. The day that all of humanity up on that satellite has been waiting for. But now... Somebody's here? As I opened the door, a panicked voice greeted me. Who is it? Tsubasa? Takumi? Something crazy's happened. Come right away. A tier list stream? That kind of sounds fun. Maybe. I've been meaning to do tier lists. I think that would be a lot of fun. Especially, we did that one tier list when we were playing Pokemon. It wasn't a tier list, but it was like the favorite Pokemon rankings. And it was really, really hard. But I had a lot of fun and I wanted to do more. Maybe I'll reevaluate some of my schedule the next couple of weeks. What is it? What happened? Just get to the war room. Everyone's already there. Flood chat during that. After that one-sided conversation, Tsubasa ran off. We'll see. Hello, King. Welcome. Hi. Mr. Bark is sleeping just a little bit outside of the camera's view right now. Oh, but he looked up to say hello. I hope you saw. Oh, Mr. Bark, are you saying hi to King? What was that all about? It couldn't be the invaders, could it? Did they come for their final all-out attack? Did they what for their final all-out attack? It's your favorite buddy? Do you recognize King? Yeah, you do, don't you? If they're here, what should we do? Fight them? Do we even have a reason to keep fighting anymore? I guess we're meeting in the war room to discuss it. I'd better hurry. What are we hurrying at, Mr. Bark's there. War room! Let's go. Let's do it. There's power. How's the game going? It's going pretty good. Why does Kurata have her mask off? Theoretically, we should be finishing it right now. At least the first playthrough. Why is this the only place with power? Did you fix it, Tsubasa? No, it wasn't me. This morning, I was walking around the school and noticed the lights had come back on in here. It's only in this room, though. Everything else is still out of order. Is that why you brought us here? That's right. I called everyone here after I'd heard the news from Kako. You scared the piss out of me. I was convinced the invaders were attacking. I took a look outside, but there are no signs of any enemies approaching. Is the final all-out attack not happening anymore? From the invaders' perspective, there isn't much reason to attack this place anymore. If they had any guts, they'd come after us, but I guess this is what you'd expect when the minions left after the big boss is dead. But why is there suddenly power in this room? The undying flames were powering the rest of the school. Maybe this place had a backup power source? So it just automatically went live? Why now? By the way, has anyone seen Lady Kurata? I wonder what happened with her. Congratulations, you're not worth culling anymore! Yay! Yippee! Nice, I got Chinese food for dinner. Keen, what is your Chinese food go-to order? Tell me, I want to know. I'm a big fan of broccoli beef. Or, is it ants on a tree? Ants on a tree! It's the rice noodles with the ground pork. It's really, really good. And you can hit it with a little bit of sriracha and it's yummy, yum, yum, yum. I'm over here. Barbecue pork, 100%. That sounds amazing. That sounds so good. I want Chinese food soon. I wonder if maybe I should... Next time I choose to eat out, maybe I'll get Chinese food. I'm trying to eat more at home. I'm trying to eat as much as I can at home, though. I love Karara. She's my favorite character, I think. I love her so much. She's so cute, whether she has her mask on or off. But don't look! It's embarrassing. What happened to your mask? My doorbell rang so suddenly, I was in a hurry to leave, then I stepped on my mask and tore it. Right in the middle of fixing it! Don't look, any of you! That just makes me want to stare harder. I love teasing cute girls. Stop it, Darnamy. This isn't the time for that. Then something new happened. Strange music suddenly started blasting through the speakers. Whoa, what the? I think I know what this is. Listen, it's the music they play for graduation ceremonies and stuff. I've never been to a graduation, though. My teachers hated me, so I didn't get invited. This dude's old enough to have graduated? But why the heck is it? An announcement echoed throughout the school, cutting off Takemaru's question. This is the girl that's been terrorizing everyone with her. Yeah.
Will soon begin.
Yeah. They're all like 16 to 18. But that makes Shoma one of the oldest. Except Kako and Ima are like 15. Gotcha. Huh?
Last Defense Academy will now transition to attack mode.
Attack mode? Oh, what's going on? What exactly is about to begin? Wait, be quiet. Do you hear that? What are you... We strained our ears to listen for any sounds around us. Sure enough. He's right. I hear something. They're really cute, all of the noises. It's mechanical. Something is running somewhere. Something is running?
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 600 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, please evacuate to the schoolyard immediately. Repeat. An omnidirectional attack will launch in 590 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, please evacuate to the schoolyard immediately.
Evacuate? Why? It's telling us to go out to the schoolyard? What do we do? Obviously we gotta go. Let's go find out what the hell's going on. I guess it's better than staying here and rotting. I didn't want any sunlight today. This is seriously depressing. Bewildered, we all started to run to the schoolyard. I'll be right behind you. I just have to fix my mask. Alright, but hurry. No! Don't look at me! I'll catch up as soon as my mask is fixed. Oh, Karara. I don't want to just leave you here. I can hear it a little. Gee. Better head to the schoolyard now. Wait, was there not anything out here? How do I get out? Oh, duh. Here we are in the schoolyard. I don't see nothing different about it. Is there something here? The announcement said something about attack mode, but I don't... Oh, everyone there! Look over there! Tsubasa pointed to the top of the school building. We all looked up. Whoa. There were several huge missile turrets jutting out of the roof.
Whoa! What are those?
What are those?
Turrets, it seems. For the missiles. Is this what it meant by attack mode? Wow.
Was the plan to firebomb the entire planet using those turrets?
With the missiles filled with undying flames.
Huh?
They were gonna launch the missiles from there and wipe out all the invaders on Earth, huh? They look so sinister. But nothing's gonna happen now, is it? Those things won't work anymore, right? In theory, there's no more undying flames to fill them after all. Just then, the announcement rang out all around us again.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 400 seconds. Leading up to the omnidirectional attack, all defenses will be rerouted to the intercept system.
The intercept system?
Special Defense Unit members, please board the escape pod in the schoolyard immediately.
Escape pod?
Repeat.
Escape pod.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 390 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, please board the escape pod in the schoolyard immediately. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily.
Escape pod?
Please the party.
Is that for getting us out of here?
The escape pod. Repeat. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily.
I miss my wife tails.
Hi, Rodin. I'm doing good. How are you? Come on, Kurata. No, Kurata! Does this mean if we board this escape pod, we can get to the artificial satellite? Everyone thought they'd be left behind. You're right. This makes me sad. No, you're sick, Rodin. I'm so sorry. Make sure you get some tea. Make sure you're drinking lots of liquids. This is the worst time of the year to get sick, but it's so damn easy. I'm also getting... Well, I think I'm mostly over whatever crud I had, but getting back to normal is hard. Huh? Then we were actually going to go home from the very start? They had a way for us to get out? We weren't going to be abandoned? Hey! What is that? What's happening? Lady Kurata, you managed to fix your mask. Enough about my mask, you dullard! What the hell is that thing? An escape pod, apparently. Looks like we can use it to get to the artificial satellite. So we don't have to stay here? Freaking sweet. We're gonna get our happy ending after all. What's so happy about it, Rag? What's so happy about it, Rag Boy? If we'd known this was coming, we'd never have agreed to the enemy's proposal. What were Nozomi and Ima's sacrifices for? She's right. That whole tragedy happened because we wanted to escape. If we just trusted in humanity and fought until the end like Nozomi said. Kurata, when she's sweating and drooling, I'm also sweating and drooling right now. Maybe then the mission would have been a success and we wouldn't have lost her. Oh no. We dug our own graves. Could have had a happy ending all along, but we messed it up. Kurata's right. We should have believed Nozomi. We made the wrong choice, and this is what we get for it. We screwed ourselves over with our own decisions. But when you think about it, aren't the people on the satellite to blame for keeping us in the dark? If they'd just told us about the escape pod from the start, this would have never happened. Yeah, you got a point. Maybe they had some reason they couldn't contact us, even if they wanted to. Oh god, she's turning purple. Who cares about any of that anymore? I don't care whose fault it is. We made the wrong call. That's why Nozomi and Ima are dead. Oh, what a tragic end to our tale. I wish we could do it all over again. Huh? If we could go back in time and do it over again, we wouldn't make the same mistakes again. we could do it right and get her a happy ending. Whoever developed the game of life is a real scumbag for not giving us any retries. If we could redo things, if we could go back to the past. We stood there in silence until eventually...
60 seconds until the omnidirectional attack. Commencing countdown.
Hey, we've got only 60 seconds left. Not like we got any reason to rush. Nothing's gonna happen.
30 seconds remaining.
What if the pod leaves? What if it... This is doing wonders for Takumi's guilt complex. Yeah! Yeah. We stood in silence, listening to the countdown ring out.
20 seconds remaining.
This countdown represents a future that we were unable to reach. The moment the world was meant to end. The moment a new world was meant to begin.
10 seconds remaining.
The long, arduous battle we'd fought in order to reach that future.
5 seconds remaining.
It was all meaningless in the end.
3, 2, 1.
Hour of War ended not with a bang, but a whimper.
Error. Error. A catastrophic error has occurred in the system. Unable to execute omnidirectional attack. Error.
This is so scary.
A catastrophic error has occurred in the system.
Door's gonna close on them, yeah. That's what I'm worried about. Nothing happened. The mission really has failed now. This is all our fault. I'm a disgrace to the Usuzuki name. What do we do now? What else? Our only option is to hop in the escape pod and head to the artificial satellite. That's right. There's nothing left here except invaders. No point in sticking around. Guess Earth is gonna get destroyed by world death eventually. No, Takemaru's crying. I want to fly in a rocket. The last one never even left the ground. But how could we possibly face everybody on the satellite? They're going to be mad, aren't they? Will they forgive us? We'll have to bow our heads and ask for forgiveness. Let's rub our faces on the floor until they're all scraped up. But we tried, right? We risked our lives to fight for them. Doesn't mean a damn thing if we didn't produce results. I absent-mindedly listened to what everyone had to say. Nothing we lost would ever return. There was nothing we could do anymore. Is this really the ending we want? It's time to give my answer. It's time to choose the right path for me. Oh, Suzuki? I think I was saying it right. I get to decide. I have to press forward and trust in my decision. And in order to make that happen... Fuck it! Return to the past. Oh damn. I could choose to not do shit. Is it gonna completely start me over if I pick yes? What gets me the credits? What gets me the credits? What would you do, IRL? I would say... What happens if no? This will be your last stream for this, right? Probably yes. I only intended on playing my first playthrough on stream. Because there's so much waiting for me. Wait, hold on. Can we pick yes? You know what you must do? I'll pick yes, but I'm gonna warn you guys now, if it does spit me back at the very beginning, I'm sorry, but I'm not strong enough. Pick no? Most of you guys are telling me to pick yes. I got one no. I guess. Ugh. I'll pick yes. Do you want me to tell you what happens? Can you do it in Discord with a spoiler tag, please? Because I don't want it to ruin it I don't want it to ruin it for anybody in chat right now. Hammie, I've been waiting for you to get to this point for months. Pick yes. I'm gonna pick yes. I'll pick yes. I'll do it. I'll pick yes. I'll pick yes. It's your future! It's your future.
I can't let things end like this. Huh?
You say something, Takumi? I can't let things end with all of these regrets. I can't go into the future like this. I want a do-over. Takumi?
Hey!
Guys, I might be able to save us. All of us here. All of the people on the artificial satellite. Even our friends who've died. What? What's going on?
Hey!
Everyone, I need you to hear me out. Determined, I began to explain what had happened to me. About my body feeling the effects of absorbing cryptoglobin from the Undying Flames boy. And what I was about to attempt. I told them everything. You mean freaking time travel? Back to the past? I can hardly believe it. Is cryptoglobin really that powerful? Flying on the wings of time would be a truly... How do I say that? Epoch-defining event? No. Who's ever heard of a killing game where they let you go back in time? Oh, wait. There's actually a ton of them. He is so fed up. Epoch. So you're saying you're considering using that power to go back in time? Yes, I want to do-over. I'll do whatever it takes to get back what we lost. So I'm going to use cryptoglobin to go back in time, to change your outcome, change your mindset. But you're the only one who can go back, right? We really can't go with you? I want to help Ima too. I'm sorry, that won't be possible. So, basically, you're the only one who gets to leave the present where everything's gone to shit. You're gonna abandon us failures here and do it all over again by yourself, huh? Mr. Bark, are you comfy cozy? But if Takumi goes to the past and saves us, history will change and we'll be saved too, right? I guess it all depends on how the effects play out. The present might change the moment the past is changed, or history could branch off and this present would never change at all. Ultimately, both outcomes are just armchair theories, so we'll never really know unless Takumi tries. Both of them sound pretty cool to me. If the writer's any good, they can make any outcome interesting. So there's no knowing what'll happen to us here, including whether anything will change or not. I'm still confused. Can anyone explain it using a manga as a reference? Hey, Kyoshika, have you ever seen Steins Gate? Have you ever read the one with the blue robot cat?
Oh.
I can't do it. I like playing video games, but I'm not good at them. It's too difficult. I give up. Fish breakfast! Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. This is the last time I'll get off topic tonight, but... Yeah! Don't me. There is a manga for Steins Gate, and it's actually pretty good. Yay! Woohoo! Yippee! No! No! You read the manga too? Yeah, I like the manga. I have the collector's edition manga. I really liked the art for it. That's not fair. You'll be the only one who gets to feel better. Basically, it means you're gonna abandon us. Knowing that, are you still gonna do it? Even if you gotta discard the people you fought beside? Shouldn't you maybe rethink this? There's no reason to subject yourself to this war all over again. My god, if you die, can I have it? Absolutely not! Now I'm gonna make sure it's buried with me. Just forget about it and come to the satellite with us. We can all live a nice, quiet life up there. Give it to us straight, Takumi. If I don't like your answer, I can't promise I'll be able to control myself. Ah! Yes.
I'm sorry. I have to go back, no matter what. I have to take back what this war took from me.
Yeah, I feel like if we take the shuttle, I do feel like we're gonna be shamed for all eternity. Do I get an ending if I pick no? And does it tell me I'm stupid and I need to try and pick again? If you pick no, if you look at the gaming channel in the Discord, thank you. Okay, I will do that afterwards. No, yes, no. You're serious, aren't you? Yeah, I'm going back in time. So we won't be going to the artificial satellite together. The person I cared about isn't waiting for me there anyway. I have no reason to go. I'm going to redo everything and get her back. That's why I'm going to fight again. Looks like you ain't gonna listen to anything we have to say. In that case, go for it, man. If you're that determined, just do what you gotta do. And that means this is goodbye. Sorry, Takemaru. Takumi, you're really going to go. I wish I could go with you. I'm sorry, Kako. Man, I don't get you at all. You gotta be crazy to want to fight again after everything we've been through. Yeah, he really did just say fuck that mom. Fuck mom. God, imagine if he fails and he can't go back. That would suck. But I mean, I guess it's in his mind that justifies the risk, you know? Getting even the chance to try and save Karuha again, that makes sense. All I can say is, good luck. Thank you for spending all this time with a filth-bag pig like me. Be well, Takumi. I don't really understand what's going on, but I bid you farewell, Sir Takumi. Godspeed. May you be victorious. This doesn't mean I forgive you. In fact, I'll hold this against you until I die. But if you're going to do this, make sure you do it right! Don't let Nozomi die this time! Of course. Bye-bye, Takumi. If you find yourself in a real killing game, summon me into that timeline isekai style.
Ah.
Then I guess we should get going. The remainder of humanity is waiting for us on the artificial satellite. Yeah, I liked that noise. I liked that noise he made. Yeah, that's right. Goodbye, Takumi.
Bye, everyone. Take care.
And so, everybody except me stepped onto the escape pod. Nobody turned to look back at me or the school. A short while after all of them had boarded. I want to soak him in milk and slam him against the wall. I hope they can at least find happiness over there. Shoma is weird because his self-loathing sometimes sounds normal and sometimes it sounds like a fetish. I think that's why I don't like him. You guys know the meme? You don't know the meme that's the web kids that got soaked in milk? God damn it, I already said that we were gonna have our last sidebar, but... Hold on. I'm pretty sure you'd get burnt into dust standing that close to a launch. You know, I think you're right. I think you're right. Hold on. The yappening. It is the yappening. Where's the milk webkins? Hold on. Okay, 1 second. So it's this. I'll read it out loud. So basically it was this person that can't find it easier with the Hannah Montana story. Anyway, this person posted, I used to have this webkins that I used to pour milk on and suck the milk back out of it, and it was sopping wet all the time. I used to slam it against walls and it would make a loud thud. My brother saw me suck milk out of it once and I got sad when he made fun of me and I didn't pour milk on it for a week. It got rock hard and smelly and my mom had to throw it away. It was so fucking heavy. I brought it to school one time and my backpack was soaked and I made my friends hold it and hold him and they were upset. That's what I want to do to Takumi Sumino. I didn't know there was a Hannah Montana plushie. Immediately started laughing so hard. I want to suck the milk out of it. Okay, let's rethink that before we say it. Let's rethink that a little bit. Hammie Montana, no. Also, Mr. Bark is has left. No, he's back. I'll put it back up. It's like he knows every time I hide the camera because he's like, No. We've got to see what happens. We're at 3 hours, chat. We're at 3 hours. We're so close. We may have failed the mission, but they still risk their lives to save humanity. They have the right to live happy lives from here on. They should be rewarded even. I'm sure they'll be fine. Unlike me, they have people they love waiting for them up there. He really did just say, I have no mother. And as time goes on, they'll be able to find more people to cherish. I'm sure they'll be able to live happily. It just won't be on Earth. That's all. Now then, I better get going. I don't actually know how I'm supposed to go back in time, though. Should I just activate my redo skill?
Nothing left to do but try.
Wait, how do I... Here we go. Redo your 100 days. Wow. Whoa.
What the...
Wow. Redoing battles was your power from the very beginning. Whoa, is it going backwards? I love it when they do this.
Takumi, hello? Say something if you're still there. We just got to the artificial satellite and it's awful.
Hey, asshole! Now's not the time for time travel. We just found out the craziest shit. Are you ready for this?
What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The past decides the future. Gee. That was a good laugh. Thank you. I got really lightheaded. I don't know what happened. I got really, really lightheaded when I laughed at that. Okay, let me blink it away. We're good. I'm gonna take a sip of water. The hamster decides the future. The future decides the hamster.
Time to do it all over again. One more time.
We're gonna celebrate! Wow!
I I will return to the past. As far back as the power of the cryptoglobin will allow me to go. I'll redo everything from that point on.
Yeah, just like that.
So I can protect the one I care about the most. I'm sick of being full of regret. I'm going to choose my own future. And I'll fight all over again to make it happen. I'll fight the past with the future in my hands. I get to decide what the future will be now. I'll use my power to choose the ending I want. The past.
Oh, he's staying stuck on a Saturday afternoon.
It all starts now. Until the moment I die.
Hamela PCP, we could. We can try.
I'll fight to live.
I'll live to fight.
This time, I have to press forward and trust in my decision.
Whoa, people are blacked out. Whoa. There he is! Uchikoshi, my goat! Eito really did just do, like, saw Hideko in a swimsuit and was like, I'm going to do the most anti-heterosexual thing I can possibly think of in this minute. And I'm gonna kill her. Just 99 more endings to go. Oh god. Oh, he sure is something. He's Yaoi Jesus? No, that's Kaoru Nagisa. Karada, my beloved! This is his resurrection, put him back. This sounds really pretty. Okay, let's all go to bed now. Everybody get sleepy now. Is the soundtrack on Spotify? I really want to listen to that one song in Eito's fight again. I was sick. 30% sleep call, I'm so in. Wow, the credits roll. I guess I should find some Hammie to read into, huh? I don't know if there's a, after credit scene besides, like, playing the game over again, but I think they just uploaded it, like, yesterday. Sick. I'm gonna go look in a minute. I didn't didn't know Aniplex was part of this. Aniplex is part of everything. Are you allowed to bring up spoilers? We can do spoilers in the... How about we do spoilers in the, games channel in the Discord with tags, okay? We can do it with tags. Let's do it there. I just don't want... If there's anybody lurking or in chat that doesn't want to get spoiled, I would hate to do that to them. Sorry, don't... Spoiler, the game is good. Is this true? This is true. You have to play 2 minutes after the beginning. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll do that. I'm gonna go ahead and also really quickly, I'm gonna save in an entirely new spot, I think. Right after day 69, the way it should be. Okay, I'll play for a few more minutes, and then we're gonna raid into some Hammie else, okay? Now reach the sequel that you were talking about at the start of the stream. Wait, no, there was another game announced, though, wasn't there? That's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about... Yeah. 100 line 2. 100 line harder. That's really funny. That's really funny. That's bullshit. That's funny, though. Load your clear save data from the main menu to continue the story. Well... This is the sequel. Alright, well, that's really funny. Do I need to play more now? Do I need to play more? Next week, 100 line? Absolutely not. This has been the longest running stream series I've done since I've started streaming. I do not have the stamina to do more for you guys. I want to just play it on my own. Really do want to see your reactions. I'll keep in touch in the Discord, okay? I promise. I'll keep in touch. But it's gonna be so much quicker for me if I don't have to read everything out loud. But yeah, we'll play. Thank you for the follow, Jiraj. But yeah, no, I just... you guys get me. It's really nothing against you guys, I promise, but... I think I got spoiled before. Why not record it playing offline without reading everything? I'll think about it, okay? I'll think about it because the entire time I was playing through my first playthrough of this game, I was thinking about how sick it would be if I could just plug my Steam Deck into my TV and play it. And be in my, like, comfy blanket and everything. So I can't really record if I do that. Yeah, no, I do plan on playing more of this. It's just that... it's a lot easier for me if I don't stream it, I think. Somewhere far away, someone is calling for me. Kaharua? No, not her. That's... Or is it her after all? I thought I was supposed to go for another couple minutes. You guys told me go for at least 2 more minutes. She's the same, but different. That's right, I promised. As someone that played it on their Steam Deck, it is sick. It is. I'm really excited. I want to do that. I think it'll be a good one to play on my Steam Deck. And I can't play Final Fantasy 16 on my Steam Deck, I found out, so I gotta have something to play on it, you know? We'll play for a couple more minutes, and then I really am gonna go ahead and, yeah, you should keep going. There shouldn't be too much before a really good stopping point. Okay, I'll take your word for it, okay? We'll go for a little bit longer, but the second I cross 4 hours, I think I'm gonna call it, okay? I'm a little tired. I have to keep my promise. There's no way I'm going to break it this time. I'll start this war all over again if that's what it takes. And I'll fight. I have to fight. 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 Fight, 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 fight! Fight, 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 fight! Ah! I jolted upright in bed, throwing off the covers in a panic. My whole body was drenched in sweat, and my heart was racing, like I'd just woken up from a nightmare.
Was it just a dream?
I couldn't remember exactly what kind of dream it had been, but it left its mark on me all the same. My throat was hoarse, as if I'd been yelling over and over and over again. And my heart was pounding, not with fear or panic, but something closer to a burning resolve. What happened? Why can't I remember? Thank you for the hydration check. No, you didn't. There's gonna be a loud record scratch that says, wait, we were doing this all over again? And Donkey from Shrek is gonna appear on the screen? I hope he does. I hope he's making waffles. Well, whatever it was, I'm wide awake now. It's not even close to morning yet. Maybe I'll step outside for some fresh air. I got out of bed and slowly made my way to the door. Along the way, I happened to catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. It's me. It's you! Despite everything, it's still you, Takumi. Ah! Despite everything, it's still me. It's the same face I see in the mirror every morning, but somehow, something about it seems wrong. I don't know how to describe it. It's like this reflection doesn't feel like me anymore.
Who are you?
Does this pop up on day 2 of the original 100 days? I think it did, actually, and I think I had the same... I think I still had the same reaction. Oh my god, are we gonna make that a yippee? Oh, we're so close. We're so close. Are we gonna get it? Oh, you forgot the period. If you're not putting the period, you gotta put the period. Who are you? You're me? Hammie, your original reaction to that line is your most viewed YouTube short.
Aren't I?
Holy shit, is it? Oh boy.
Ugh, what am I doing? This is stupid.
I'm me. Or you're me. And I'm you. Stick your hand in the TV. Do it. I remember. Self-cessed is what they were calling it in the good old days. When you nut, but she keep on sucking.
Where am I? Who am I?
Struggling to make sense of the images flooding into my mind, I staggered outside. Everything was how I remembered it. I remember the rooftop, the plain prefab huts that served as our rooms. Don't Hammie me. This is the 4 Hammie hour show. And of course, the wall of undying flames surrounding the school. Having lost them once before, seeing them again was almost comforting, encouraging even.
No doubt about it. It works. This is the past. I did it. I've traveled back in time.
That fact slowly started to sink in. This was really happening.
This time I won't mess things up. I'll keep my promise. Nothing is going to stop me this time.
To
I'll
the
protect
moon!
the ones I hold dear. And we'll all go to the satellite together. I won't let things play out the way they did before.
Is that the moon? Right on cue, I felt a presence behind me. His presence. I could finally hear the strange boy's voice. The way I was now, he could communicate directly with the cryptoglobin in my blood.
You're wrong. It's not the moon.
I have played to the moon.
That's the artificial
If I
satellite
remember correctly, that's
humanity's
one of
survivors
Super
fled
Manager's
to.
favorite games.
Huh? You wanted to see if I could understand you, right? Well, I can. Give it a try.
To the moon, that's one of your favorite games.
You can really hear me?
Oh.
Yeah.
My son.
My cryptoglobin is strong enough now. I used a little of your power to come here from the future.
My power? The future?
I know, it's a lot to take in. You don't have to believe me right away. But it's true. I absorbed your cryptoglobin and came back. To try again. To redo these 100 days. And make things better.
You're right. It is a lot, but I believe you. Really? Just like that? I mean, you're communicating. That's already different from the last route. Sarai keeps me informed about what's going on, but I know he's kept my existence secret from you. Okay, yay! I doubt you'd be this calm if it were really your first time seeing me. You're even able to talk to me in this form. That alone is enough for me to believe that what you're saying is true. Thanks, that'll make things a lot easier. It also explains the irregularity I sensed a little while ago. Oh no, I got an ad! Oh, I meant to snooze that. That's okay, that's okay. I guess I should wait, huh? I should wait, I'll wait. I'll wait! Oh, wait. We can take a little snoozer while we wait for the ads. See, that's right. That's right. Ads. Oh, no. You guys are trying to yippee that, aren't you? You're trying to yippee that. Okay, what do you have for dinner? I kind of cheated tonight. I mean, one of those lasagnas that you make, one of those lasagnas that you can keep in your freezer, the like little small ones, and then you heat them up in the oven. I had that, and then I had a tomorrow. What am I gonna have for dinner tomorrow? I'm gonna look. It was kind of my lazy evening. It was my lazy evening, so I made the lasagna tonight. It's been in my freezer for a couple weeks, and I finally ate it. Those are evil, actually? Why do you say evil? Wahoo! Man, okay, I'll wahoo with you guys. They become slop very easily. Mine was pretty good. It actually hit the spot tonight. The same thing, but I had lunch for dinner. Rice with beans and pork. That sounds really good. What am I making tomorrow? Tomorrow's Sunday, right? What am I gonna make? I don't think I planned dinner for tomorrow. Shit. Yeah, maybe I'll make a rice bowl or something. I have no idea what I'm gonna make. Wanna make orange chicken? Oh man, I love the orange chicken from Trader Joe's. The kind you get from Frozen. It's actually really good. With rice, that sounds really good. I need to go to Trader Joe's soon. I love Trader Joe's. I want broccoli beef kind of though, but I shouldn't be having beef. You had orange chicken tonight? I'm kind of jealous. I was really happy with my lasagna though. If you don't fry it, it's actually very easy. What about air frying? I could stick anything in my air fryer and it feels a little bit better. Welcome back, Ad Gang. let's keep going, okay? Because I'm starting to get a little congested from talking so much. It also explains the irregularity. Hey, it's irregular. I sensed a little while ago.
Huh?
An irregularity? I'm not sure how to explain it. I felt kind of a pulse, I suppose. Then my body got hot and feverish. It was like my cryptoglobin had suddenly become supercharged. If that's true, then I put my hand over my chest to feel my own heartbeat. That violent pulsing, it felt the same as before I left. I think I may have came back with all of my powers intact. It's not just your memories. Your cryptoglobin was also carried over from your previous timeline. In that case, what I felt before was probably my cryptoglobin resonating with yours. Resonating? They're in sync. Yes, sensing a power equal to its own must have stimulated it. You're saying your powers got stronger just because I'm here? I was gonna say it, but I chose not to. I'm only guessing. Even I don't know very much about how cryptoglobin works. But if it can send your consciousness back in time, I don't think it's out of the question for it to cause a reaction in other users. The flow of time is by nature one of the absolute truths of the world. Under normal circumstances, there's no way that flow can be reversed. Breaking that rule and warping time to your own ends is bound to have consequences. Something unexpected might happen in the world you return to. It may have unfathomable effects on your cryptoglobin. You're probably right. In the future, you told me something similar. I did? Interesting. But assuming your arrival is what stimulated my cryptoglobin, I don't think I'm the only one to benefit from its effects. The other members of the Special Defense Unit should have felt it too. Almost like all our powers are syncing up. So everyone else is stronger now too? That's unexpected, but I guess it's a good thing. We're all on the same side after all. But I still don't understand what you're doing here. It must be important if you'd subject yourself to 100 days of war all over again. Just what happened in the future you come from. It's a long story. Before I get into that, can you tell me how far I've come back? What day is this? It's the day after you were all brought here. Day 2 out of 100. Day 2, what happened here the first time around? I feel like there was something important, but... What are you doing out here anyway? There must be a reason you appeared. And before this turns into a weird roguelike where coming back makes you stronger but randomizes the enemies and gives you strange loot. Yeah! Give me black licorice. And, a creeper plushie. And, maybe a heating pad. Yeah, for period cramps. Oh, of course, I almost forgotten all this excitement. I needed to ask you something. That's why I created this avatar and went looking for someone to talk to. What did you want to ask me about? Have you seen Sire? He comes to the defense room to talk to me every night, but he didn't show up today. Huh? Sire? Of course, that's what's so important about our second day here. Oh no. Well, I'll do whatever I can. Come find me in the war room tomorrow morning and I'll let you know what the brass says.
Hey!
I've got a lot to do, so I'll call it a day here. See you tomorrow, bright and early. Uh-oh. That's when Siri disappeared, right after promising to tell us the truth about the war. This is the night Ato kills Siri. Hi, Kai bestie! Oh my goodness, I feel really bad because we're about to raid out too. But thank you so much for the raid, bestie. I hope you had a wonderful time. And raiders, of course, raiders and bestie, if you guys need to take a break, need to grab some water, grab a time zone dinner, please. Thank you, Dumpling, thank you for the shrimp check. Thank you. I will unshrimp now. And the hydration check, thank you. Hi, King of Hearts. Hi, Polgan. Hi, Seth. Hello. Missed literally the entire Kai stream, but I made it to the raid. Hell yeah! Happy to have you here! Why am I getting bonked? What did I do? Let's go back in time and restart the stream. No! Guys, we just finished our first playthrough of 100 Line Last Defense Academy. We're actually gonna be finishing up here pretty soon. But if you're not wanting to be spoiled for this game, please, I understand. Please take care of yourselves. We're only gonna go for a few more minutes. Hi, Pachi. It's been forever, but I'm slowly coming back to life with college, getting me on a livable schedule. No worries. Ato is slaying. You're right. He's slaying and he's eating. No, I'm glad to hear it though. Good luck with college and everything. Kind of want to play this game, so I lurk. Yeah, please do. Like, don't even read on this screen right now. Actually, here. Actually, can I? Okay. I'm gonna just do that now. Hopefully, if you didn't want to get spoiled, you didn't see anything. So I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed for you. But yeah, no. Super spoilers, first playthrough complete. Yeah, we saw the credits in already, and we're just pushing a little bit forward. This is gonna be my last 100 Line stream, most likely, because I want to play through the other routes myself. But yeah. I'm already semi. What about Widowmaker? Okay. Widow okay. Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and get back to it. So if you don't want to get spoiled, please either turn down that volume now or go get yourself some food or a snack, or you know. No more 100 Line. UK. Donkey Kong. No more 100 Line. Yeah, no more 100 Line after this stream, cause I want to play it on my own. Also, if you guys want to see something awesome, I have a Yippee meter now. So watch. If I say Hamster, you guys all have to say Hamster, and something cool happens. Okay? So type in Hamster, just like that. Just like that. Thank you. We have a new Yippee meter. So when somebody when somebody does a really, oh my god, not the lemur. So yeah, no, we're not doing 6-7. Stop it. I'll contribute to Hamster. But I will not contribute to 6. Stop it. Okay, I'm ending stream now. You guys lost privileges. You lost 100 Line privileges. No one will know what Karma just did. See, this is what happens when 6-7 happens. Bad things happen. That's what happens. That's your own fault. Everybody type in !lemur right now. Just like this. By the way, every Hammie gets 1. Oh, you guys actually did it. Feel betrayed, Hammie? I'm sorry, you were collateral damage. When you lemur, you get nuked. You get timed out. We can't get lemur meter because messages get deleted. I think it, oh no, I've been bonked. When there's messages deleted, I think the meter resets completely. I think there's actually like a cooldown on it when messages get deleted. It's so you can't say a slur and have it pop up on my screen. First stream back and I've been betrayed? That was your fault. Not mine. Everybody gets 1 though, so we removed those timeouts. But next time you might not be so lucky. Anyway, chat. Femur. I can get behind Femur. Wait, no, it's not gonna contribute anymore. Okay, that's fine. It was all just a Femur dream. Oh no, here we go again. I feel like I'm like slowly reaching the like ascent of a roller coaster whenever we're filling this bar. I love it so much. I love it so much. Anyway, I think I'm gonna get back to playing 100 line. I'm gonna get back to playing 100 line. So you can't say I didn't warn you. I can't say you have new message. No, stop it. No. No! No. Don't make me time you out. I'll time you out. I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy. I hate that guy. Wait, why is my fidget spinner spinning? I didn't do that. I didn't move my fidget spinner. Why is it spinning on its own? Oh, okay. 100 line. We're gonna go a little bit longer. A ghost? I'm scared, chat. I'm really scared. I think I need to end stream. I think I'm going crazy. I'm going cuckoo. Crazy. I'm haunted. 99 in a bonus line. What was it that last week Pissman came in and said I did 100 lines once? I want Cocoa Puffs. I haven't had Cocoa Puffs since I was a kid. I want Cocoa Puffs. Do I add that to my... No, I already added cuties to my grocery list. The spirit of 6-7 moving the stims of day past. Holy shit. Can we pin that? Can we please pin what Pachi posted? I'm begging you guys. We're gonna end this stream off on a good note. Oh my god. Okay, chat. Okay. We are moving forward. We're moving forward. This is the night Ato kills Sire. He does what? Bestie, you're an adult. You can just get them anytime. Wow. But I have a grocery pickup order on Monday. I have to think about it. Because I can't just be like blowing off my money. But Malice gave me money to buy cuties. And so now I gotta get cuties. And I added them to my grocery order. And I'm gonna be so happy because I'm gonna have cuties. I can't wait. To be honest, the multi-meal knockoff is better. Ooh, the multi-meal Cocoa Puffs? Can I get those at Kroger? I hope I can get them at Kroger. But I know the stream is supposed to be finishing soon. I know! We're never gonna finish! I love cuties. Chat is cuties. No parasocial. We're finishing 100 line. I mean, we already technically finished it once. I have no idea what the stopping point you guys said was, but we're gonna keep going a little bit longer. We'll go a little bit longer. He does what? We have to find them. We might still be in time to stop it. Alright, if he's in danger, I won't ask questions. I'll help you look for him. Are you guys gonna wahoo Hamela's Chew? I can't remember, is that Hamela Kiss or Hamela Chew? I think I made it Hamela Kiss. Yeah, Hamela Kiss. Yippee! Happy! It's not easy for me to maintain this form, but it sounds like there are more important things at stake. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll let you know as soon as I can find anything.
Alice tipped 10 USD. Buy more cuties. Also, congrats on finishing the longest game ever made.
Thank you, Malice! That's very sweet of you. I'm gonna add 2 more bundles of cuties to my grocery order. Thank you. I will be chowing down on oranges. Or the clementines. I'll be chowing down all week. And it'll be awesome. Thank you. The ghost boy disappeared into thin air. As if he'd been swallowed up by his own flames. They're a type of orange. They're clementines. Add to the bundles. Yeah, you also could buy me oranges. You could buy me Cocoa Puffs or multi-meal knockoff Cocoa Puffs. Feed. I'm like that episode of Dexter's Laboratory. Feed me. Yeah, we love spherical shapes. Everything is better round. Even your mom. Also, chat, spherical! You can't tell me what to do! I'll blow you up! I'll blow this whole place up! This popsicle stand, everything! And I'll do it again. Alright, we've got it! We've got to get it together. I told myself I'd stop at 4 hours and we're at 51 minutes. 3 hours, 51 minutes. If I can protect Siri, the future is bound to change. I have to stop Ato. I won't let him mess everything up this time. Before beginning my search, I headed for the war room. Whatever happened next, I was going to need my infuser. Okay, I'm ready to take on Ato. Now I just have to find him. Back in my timeline, he said he called Siri out to discuss something. Where was it again? Alright, bestie, I'm gonna get moving. Have a great last 2 hours of stream. Absolutely not, but you have a wonderful rest of your day, bestie. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Mwah! Where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, he's out here. Fart. Where was he? Chat, where was he? I can't remember anymore. Training room? They were gonna train. Fuck! Holy shit. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. Oh wait, a classroom maybe? Maybe they're in the bathroom. Fuck! Are we farting? First floor. Shit. Strange room? Not the strange room. Did you forget? Ato just explained everything to you. A lot has happened since we saw that motherfucker, okay? Fuck, I keep hitting the wrong button. Gym. I flung the door to the gym open and charged inside, afraid of what I might find. Be rootin' and be tootin' and by God be shootin'. Takumi? Why is he standing like that? He's standing like the guy from the meme with his ass hanging out and it just says man. Like the horse meme, but it's just the guy. He has no butt. Everyone is so, yeah, everyone is so mean to me. Everyone is so mean to me. Chat is collectively 18 years old with humor to match. Honestly, I would start with the amount of 6-7 jokes tonight. I think you need to lower that age a little bit. I'm gonna be so real with you. Siri looks so fucking funny in some of these CGs. He really does. Hold on. I want this. I'm adding him to my little collection. Okay? Oh, now there's 2 of them. Don't ever talk to me or my son ever again. Look, it's kind of like he fits there. Under the bed is still the best. Yeah, it really is. It's very good. We're gonna move this over. We'll have a little bit of everything. I would lower it, but I fear for my kneecaps from the TOS Mafia. Oh, absolutely, you're right, actually. Let's forget I ever said anything. Yeah. Stop making 6-7 jokes. Wait, hold on, I gotta move this under my model. I gotta move it under my model. Or else it looks funky. Chat is 6-7 years old, am I right? Yeah. You're right, absolutely. Stop it. Stop it now.
Samino?
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Me? Oh, I just...
This is so awkward.
You told Sire there was something you wanted to discuss alone after sleeping hours.
What?
He's taught you how to use Hemo Anima, and you've used this conversation to get him to relax around you. Now you're planning to take advantage of his dropped guard to destroy him before he has a chance to fight back.
Huh.
Destroy me? What are you thinking, Outski? You'll never defeat the invaders without me. Besides, did you forget what I told you earlier? You've got a bomb in you that I can detonate whenever I want. That won't matter as long as he takes you out in one hit. He can always come back with a revive-o-matic. Oh, he mad. You know, you're right. I can't believe I didn't think of that. But why would you want to kill me anyway? I was going to tell you the truth tomorrow. I'm being nice. If I die, you won't have a clue what's going on here, and having no leader will make your battles even harder. That's exactly what he wants, but I won't let that happen this time. This time? Takumi, what's gotten into you? This is all a big misunderstanding. I wasn't really going to harm Sire. I just wanted to threaten him a little, make sure he wasn't lying. I mean, he says we're fighting a war to decide the fate of all humanity. If that's true, then you want to sabotage it and guarantee humanity is destroyed. Isn't that right? What? You want humanity to be destroyed? But what are you talking about? Why would I want to do something so horrible? Don't try to deny it. I know how you see us. Unsightly, freakish, eerie monsters. What? And do you think you've been chosen as some kind of savior who will rid the planet of our vile species? There's no use hiding it, Ato. I know everything. You hate humanity? I don't understand. How? I've never told anyone about any of that. Not even once. So, how?
How did you know about all this, Takumi?
If you want to blame somebody, blame your future self. You laid it all out in a lengthy monologue. What, the future? That's right. I come from a future where you sabotaged this academy. I came back to fix it, to stop you. So it's not just your appearance, you're actually crazy too. Well, I have to say, this is a disappointment. I was so sure you'd be the easiest one to deceive. What a pity that I'll have to kill you first. Oh yeah. It's time to spin. I'm ready for you this time.
I'm going to stop you and change the future.
He's so happy to find out. He's so happy to find out that he actually does kind of fuck everything up for us in a timeline, I'm sure. Hammy spin, that's me. No, is it? I see what you guys are up to. Why did this Takumi so mad? Oh, his sword was blue.
What are you talking about, Takumi? So it's not just your appearance. You're actually crazy too.
Rub that in? You want to tell me that again?
It doesn't matter. You can try to stop me.
The music is
don't
crazy.
Stand a chance. I just felt a surge in my hemoanima.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
What? Your hemoanima?
Time to test it on you. Prepare to die, vile human.
Ready when you are.
Wait, hold on.
Take
me!
Here we go.
I don't know why I didn't get closer. For some reason, I thought that'd be helpful.
Let's go.
Okay.
Allow me to trim down their numbers.
Mr. Bark?
My turn.
I'm gonna bamboozle him.
I'll cut you down.
Oh, I'm sure.
Say when.
Wait. he's gonna attack me.
Here we go.
Be nice to me.
Let's go.
This is me trouble. You're in the way. Can't give up.
Absorbing the baby's crypto globe. This game is a fever dream. Azure Blitz. Ooh, this sounds kind of nice.
It's all right.
This song is so good. Yeah, no, I was like thinking about that when I finished stream last time. I was like, oh.
One last strike.
Oh, hell yeah. This is sick.
How could this happen?
Get dunked. Bye. You know, maybe if he was a little bit nicer to me, I wouldn't have exploded him like this. F! I got an F. I did shitty. S! The most broken ult. Thank you. This is fun. This is fun. Bloody see better days. Impossible. How can you be so much stronger than me? That was really something, Sumino. When did you get so strong? Spamming it with Nozomi is so gross. I'm so excited. I'm ready to go crazy town on this game. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you did okay in yesterday's battle, but you're on a whole other level now. It's only been 1 day since then. What happened to you? Only 1 day.
Yeah!
Maybe that's how it seems to you, but for me, it's been so much longer. I've already spent a full 100 days with you, Eito. I never even guessed at your true nature until it was too late.
Everything we did, everything we sacrificed.
Oh, I've been Fujoing.
It was all for nothing. All because of you.
I think Eito is still baby girl. He's just a little bad. Where's all this coming from, Sumino? What's going on with you?
I think I can explain, Sirei.
A homophobia. Another voice joined the conversation, speaking directly into my head. At the same time, there he is. He appeared. What the? Eito really did betray us. It's just like you said, Takumi. You made some kind of avatar out of undying flames. I didn't know you could do that. I was worried when you didn't come to the defense room. Well, it's more than that, really. I wanted to see the people who are fighting to protect me up close, at least once.
Yeah.
Can you hear him too, Sirei? That's right. He can only communicate via hemoanima telepathy. But I've got equipment built into me to receive those signals. Now, you said you could explain all this. Yes, you might have trouble believing Takumi, but it'll probably mean more coming from me. The ghost boy went on to tell Sirei everything that I told him when I arrived in this timeline. Hemo Hamina. Naturally, the little creature was taken aback. Who wouldn't be? You used hemoanima to travel through time? Oh my god. Now that you mention it, Aotsuki did say he felt a sudden surge of power back there. That seems to be a side effect of Takumi's arrival here. Well, butter my biscuits. I never expected anything like this to happen. Just goes to show you, we haven't even scratched the surface of what Cryptoglobin can do. What are you all talking about? Guy who feels left out. Where did this fiery monster come from? All that stuff about the future? Is it really true? What have you done, Takumi? Mr. Bark? You don't need to know that. You'll only try to use anything I tell you against me anyway. It's over, Eito. I won't let you destroy humanity. I think there's a police car nearby. You're gonna kill me then? Is that what you're saying? You seem like such a nice guy, too. You must really hate me. What did I do to deserve such malice, Takumi? Think about it. I haven't actually done anything. Oh, Mr. Bark. Barking at Ato. You know, that's fine. Are you really going to take my life because of something you think I might do? There's no might about it. You'll definitely mess things up if I don't stop you. Put him in the prisoner's cell! In the brig with you! I know you well enough to be sure of that. It's not like anything I say can change your mind about humanity, can it? You're right. There's no changing who I am. You're all just unsightly monsters. That's a firm, immutable truth. As long as I live, I'll never stop hating your whole vile species. Read the room, buddy! You're better than me. I'd kill him without a second thought for what he did to nose on me. I don't know. I think it'd be fun to watch, for him to watch us do better. I've gotta say, you two are full of surprises. Both of you. How an outlier like you ended up here is a real mystery, Atsuki. The desire to eliminate humanity is totally antithetical to our mission here. I'll have to look into how such an error could have occurred. Now that I know all of this, there's no use preserving you anymore. Sure's eyes flashed red. Beep. Huh? What did you just do? Yay! I erased Atsuki's DNA record from the Revivomatics database. It's got data on all of us right down to our genetic code. It cross-references those records to figure out who's in the pod. From there, it uses some kind of ultra-complicated process to reconstruct the body back to its original state, and then we're alive again. Just like that. So, Ato can't be revived anymore? Exactly. All that's left for you is to execute him, and everything will be back on track. Oh god. So, I'm doing this. I'm killing Ato before he can do any harm. Wait, Takumi, I won't try to stop you, but take a moment to think about this. You said you came back so you could change the future. What kind of future do you want to create? And is killing him the only way to achieve it? The future I want? Oh, you should absolutely kill him. Leave him alive and we'll have no kind of future at all. Oh god. He's an enemy of all humanity, just like the invaders. He doesn't deserve your pity. Right, I'm inconvenient for you, so just get rid of me. Isn't that how humans made it this far? How long did you guys want me to play for anyway? Ignore the fact that you'll be taking an innocent life for your own selfish purposes. If it's for humanity's sake, then anything goes, isn't that right? Stop after this decision? Okay, we'll do that. Ato's not about to change his mind. He's still just as much of a threat as ever. No, I can't! I'm so tired, chat. And we're gonna play My Side tomorrow. You guys don't want me to be too sleepy to stream tomorrow, do you? I didn't expect you to keep yapping. Be nice to me! And I know better than anyone the kind of terrible things he's capable of. There is, we played the original My Side about this time last year, and now there is a unofficial prequel. No, it's okay, I understand, I'm sorry, I was also teasing back. But yeah, there's a unofficial prequel to My Side called My Side Zero, and we're gonna fire it up tomorrow. I wanna play it. No, stop it! But I can't deny that this Ato hasn't done any of that yet. And he's not an invader. He's a human being, just like me. Is killing this version of him really the right thing to do? I'd say you should play for at least 3 more minutes, and then 4 more, and then a couple hours more. No! Oh my god, you guys are silly. This has to be my decision. I'm done with letting others control my fate. I'm saving here? I'm saving here. If it doesn't let me save here. Fuck. I can't open the menu. Jesus. That's why I came back in the first place, to create a new future on my own terms. Whatever path I choose here, I have to be prepared to see it through. It's time to make my choice. From now on, the story will diverge greatly depending on Takumi's decisions. You'll be able to come back and explore the other choices later. Now, decide Ato's fate. I hiccup. Can I save here? Can I save here? I read that as tiny. Choose your tiny. Mercy or genocide route? I do like a good mercy route. I can't save here, fuck! It won't let me save anymore. Chat, that's baby girl. I think I want to let him live, but also what if he just like fucks everything up again? Can we put him in the brig? Can we put him in the brig? It autosaves literally right after this? That's fucked up. It said you'll be able to come back later. I guess it doesn't matter to you guys what I pick from here, but I think I'm gonna see if we can find a peaceful ending where Ato gets to be alive. Also, you can go to decisions to get every ending. Okay, that's pretty good. I let him live. I'm gonna let him live. I liked Ato, even if he's kind of a scumbag. I liked him quite a bit. I have a soft spot for his little asshole. It's your future. I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anyone who didn't let him live. That being said, I just want to. No, I'm not going to kill you, Ato.
Huh?
What? Hey, actually, I'm saving. I'm saving. Chat, I'm saving. I'm saving. I'm tired, chat. Mr. Bark is going crazy town, and I need to figure out if I need to start locking my doors. Dub stream. Thank you, thank you. Want to talk about this game so much, but almost 90% of it takes place after this decision. No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna play it a lot faster on my own, though, I think. So, I'll keep you guys posted. I'll keep you guys posted, okay? I did make that promise that as I play more, I'll keep you guys posted, but it really is just a lot quicker for me to finish the game if I play it on my own. And like I said, it has nothing to do with you guys or anything. Like, it's just that I don't want to get spoiled anymore. I've been so patient and so good. But let's find. Oh, thank you for the sticky note. I appreciate it. Mr. Bark is going crazy town, so we're gonna go ahead and go find some Hammie to raid into for reals this time. So I can figure out what the hell that's all about. This game changes so much after this. It's genuinely fascinating. No other VN handled decisions like this. I know, I'm so excited. Oh, it's still dark. That's okay. Country hamsters will make do. Who's still going? Who's still going tonight? Oh, chat, we're gonna go raid into me. Why don't we go raid into Mimi? Wait, she's been going for like 7 hours. I think I'm gonna raid into Mimi though. Hold on. Yeah, we'll raid into Mimi. We'll go raid into Mimi. Alright, chat. What should we do for a raid message? That screen captures. Can you just escort those? What do you mean? Thank you for stream, Hamster. You're welcome, you're welcome. Anyway, raid message. Thinking. Nothing with spoilers in it. Lucid, do you guys want to do it again? That picture of the crazy guy under the bed? I wish. Do you guys want to do that one again? I kind of obsessed with this one. Can we do this one again? Oh my god, we're gonna hit a wall with this. We're gonna hit a yippee. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna raid into Mimi. She just went on her BRB screen. Shit. Do we still raid into her? Do we still raid into Mimi? Yeah, let's just go ahead and raid into her. It'll be alright. Okay, guys. Chat, we're gonna do it. Hang on tight for the raid. Get some extra channel points and say hello to Mimi for me, okay? You guys have a good night. Thank you for joining me on a 4-hour fucking stream today, which is not really that long in theory, but I'm really tired. So, see you guys later. There's 7 seconds left. Have a good night, chat. See you tomorrow for My Side Zero.